starts recording. Alrighty. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Southern Illinois University Career Development Center team, I am thrilled to welcome you to the third annual Virtual Partnership Conference. My name is Nicole Wood, and I have the pleasure of serving as your host for today's conference. Whether this is your first time joining us or you've been with us since the first conference in 2022, we're honored to have you here. This conference is all about collaboration, partnership, and the incredible work we do together to prepare employers, strengthen community ties, and grow a future-ready workforce. Over the next 5 sessions, we'll hear from dynamic speakers, participate in thought-provoking sessions, and explore new opportunities to enhance our partnerships. Your presence here shows your continued commitment to the shared mission of education, workforce development, and community impact. We especially want to thank our employer partners, alumni, SIU faculty and staff, and educators who make this work not only possible, but meaningful. Before we dive in, just a few quick housekeeping notes. All sessions will be recorded. If you have any questions, please feel free to post those in the chat. Our career development team is waiting to answer any questions that you might have. We look forward to hearing from you during the conference. We also have built-in breaks throughout the sessions, and there's also lunch scheduled during the conference at noon. I will be keeping time and letting you know when it's time to come back for upcoming sessions. I will also be sending a survey at the end of the conference where you can submit feedback about the conference and suggest future topics for the 2026 Virtual SIU Partnership Conference. Regarding the prize session at the end of the conference, you must be present for the whole conference to receive the prize at the end of the day. And if a representative from your company is not here, we will continue and submit again for another winner. We encourage you to be active participants, ask questions, and most importantly, connect. This conference is built for you. So once again, thank you for joining us, and let's make this our best year yet. As you can see, we have the lineup right here for today's conference. We have 5 sessions followed by a prize session at the end of the event around 2:30 to win a free registration for the fall 2025 job and internship fair on Tuesday, September 16th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We also have a scheduled lunch break after session 2 for 30 minutes. The primary goal of the Career Development Center is to educate and empower all SIU students and alumni with the knowledge to successfully discover and achieve their career goals and professional aspirations. This includes offering personalized career counseling, resume and cover letter reviews, and interview preparations to help individuals effectively market themselves to potential employers. Additionally, my goals, relationships, and partnerships with employers to help create internships and job opportunities for students. Before we begin our first session, I wanted to introduce the members of the Career Development Center. Jamie Conley is the director of the Career Development Center and Student Employment Office and has worked for SIU for 20 years. She is the guiding force for all career-related knowledge and has helped countless students discover their career goals. Kathleen Gallivan is our career development specialist who works tirelessly with students to get them ready for their post-graduation needs. From resumes, cover letters, to mock interviews, she's the go-to person on campus for SIU students and alumni. My name is Nicole Wood, and I am the Employer Relations Coordinator in our office. I work year-round to build relationships and maintain connections with employers and partners through recruitment opportunities. This virtual conference is one of the many ways we try and stay connected. Today's sessions were chosen to help you look at trends in recruitment fields and to grow as professionals. I'm going to be starting off the first session today by going over the different ways you can partner and recruit on campus. This also includes hosting virtual events as well. We will then get into updates on Handshake from our Handshake representative, Kendall Perez. All right. I wanted to give a fuller account of what I do as an employer relations coordinator at SIU. I have been with the university for 5 years, working with students to better understand their after-graduation needs, their career goals, and to serve as a liaison between employers and partners of SIU. Some of the key responsibilities including building relationships with local, regional, and national employers, being the main point of contact for anyone interested in recruiting on campus or is having issues with our online job posting site Handshake. I also help plan plan and coordinate events such as the job and internship fair in the fall and the spring. I will be the go-between for your on-campus recruitment needs, job and internship registration questions, and any general inquiries about the process of recruitment on campus. My goal is to be the one person you can call for your recruitment goals. I always try to have something scheduled or at least a plan of action before we end our meeting, so you'll never feel like your time is wasted during recruitment season. Southern Illinois University is a great place to recruit because we have a wide range of students from across the country and around the world, offering access to a talented, diverse candidate pool with a fresh perspective and strong work ethic. With nationally recognized programs in engineering, business, agriculture, healthcare, and more, SIU produces graduates with technical and professional skills employers are seeking. Other reasons why SIU is a great place to recruit: we were classified by the College Gazette in the 10 best hidden gems for public universities. In 2022, the Princeton Review included SIU Carbondale among the best in the Midwest. The university is among the top 5% of all U.S. higher education institute for research. We have enrolling students from all 50 states and approximately 100 countries. And we offer 100 undergraduate majors, more than 170 specializations, over 100 minors. We have programs in about 80 master's degrees and more than 30 doctoral programs. So now for the things that I do on a daily basis. So these are the different recruitment avenues that we offer. So for on-campus events, we always have pre-scheduled job and internship fairs in the fall and the spring. These usually fall in February or September. So the next upcoming one is September 16th, and the one in the spring 2026 will be February 17th. For tabling events, that's our most popular option. We have it in the Student Center. It's where the food is, Starbucks, it's where the bookstore is. So even without us blasting it out to students, you get a wider range of interaction with people on campus, and that's our most popular option. We have information sessions where we book a room, you talk a little bit about your program, about the job application process. We always market to students, so they always know the date, time, what room. We tell them multiple times where you are, so it's really just telling me what you're looking for, the types of students you're wanting, and I always try and make as many students interested as possible come to your events. We also have interview rooms available. So I've had employers come for one day, half a day, multiple days. We also offer post job fair interview days, always the day after the job fair. So if it was September 16th is the job fair, September 17th. So if you want to stay multiple days before you travel back, that's always an option for the job fair for interview rooms. We also have classroom visits. Employer days is just a combination of different on-campus events. So if you want to do a tabling event and then you want to have the afternoon for interview rooms, or you want to do information session, or you want to do a classroom visit, you can kind of match a couple of them and do a couple of events in a day to create a full day, because like information sessions usually don't go more than an hour, hour and a half to 2 hours. So it's not a complete full day. So a lot of employers want to create a full itinerary, and we help create that. We also have sponsorship opportunities. I will be sending a link out for all the options we have for that in the follow-up survey or the follow-up email after this event. We also have virtual events on Handshake, so you can post if you're having an information session to tell me more about the company. I have a job posting. This is how to apply. This is what the job entails. We also have interview bookings. So you would need to post a job first, and then you would be able to have interview rooms after that on Handshake. How to book on-campus recruitment. So the easiest way is to just contact me. If you just want to give a phone call, it's a very straightforward, what do you want? What are the options? I've done this plenty of times that I really know the questions to ask. What are you looking for? If you don't know what you're looking for, we can whittle it down. We can talk about it. If you know exactly what you're looking for, it's an even shorter conversation. We'll talk about dates. But this is my contact information. It's Nicole Wood at SIU. This is my phone number, 618-453-1040. And then we also have, just in case anyone's still writing this down, I'm going to give a couple of seconds. And then I'll go to the next slide. All right. We also have a new feature. So we have an on-campus recruitment inquiry form. I'm going to show you where this is on the website, but if you wanted to snap this QR code, so if you didn't want to call or email me, but you're always more than welcome to, and you have a specific date in mind, you know what you want to do, you can use this form to request a certain day, and I can see if it's available, especially if it's through the Student Center. I would need to see if that room or that section is available. If it is, I can just put it straight on your calendar. I can give you a phone call, but it's a more easy, straightforward, I know what I want. Can I please inquire about this date? So that is a new feature we're offering on our website. So give a couple seconds if people are still taking the screenshot, but I will also include this in the follow-up email as well, but I will show you where it is on the website. All right. Okay. So let me show you where it is on the website. So this is SIU Career Development. Sometimes if you type in SIU Careers, it will sometimes take you to HR. So if you do have that problem, just type in SIU Career Development Center, or SIU Career Development will get you there. So this is our main page. So it would be under Employers, Building Your Brand. And it's the first thing that pops up. It's the recruitment inquiry form. You'll click that, and it goes straight to the form. It's a very short form, takes about, I believe it says under about 30 seconds, because it's just your information, contact. I list the types of recruitment things you want to do. You can select all that apply, the dates you're wanting, if you're wanting to do multiple dates, if you have any additional information that you want to submit. Like sometimes we have the Marines want to bring a pull-up bar, they want to ask if that's still okay, but kind of just information like that. Alrighty. So here is the information for the job and internship there. So this goes right to the registration for September 16th. So I'll wait a couple of seconds if people want to take a snapshot. Again, I will be sending this out in the survey, or in the email after this. I will be sending the survey in the email. There's going to be lots of information in that email. Give a couple seconds. Okay. Alrighty, and so I am about to introduce Kendall. He'll take it away with some of his handshake. So Kendall is doing a handshake. Within Handshake, Kendall serves as a relationship manager where he works with the university partners to ensure student engagement and success. Kendall's background is in student affairs, working to support students during their college years. Kendall pivoted to EdTech space a few years ago, still focusing on student support. And with that, I will turn it over to Kendall.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you so much, Nicole. Hello. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. Really got to give a shout out to the SIU team, to Jamie, Kathleen, and Nicole. I will say I work with a lot of different university partners, and this is special. So as y'all engage in your recruitment efforts, just know that this team is really going above and beyond. These students at SIU are a fantastic candidate pool. So as you look to do your future hiring, just know that this is a big partner to work with. So very excited to be here. For me, for today, over the next 15 minutes, really just going to be sharing a little bit of about Handshake, a little bit some tips and tricks, and then also some updates around some data points that we've gathered from employers as to what best practices we're seeing to help boost your engagement, to help boost your qualified candidates within this short time frame together. I am not a Teams person, I am a Zoom person, so I'm gonna go ahead and try my best here. Are we seeing this okay?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, awesome, cool, great. So just a quick little synopsis, Handshake, if you've heard of it, or if you're relatively new to the platform, what is Handshake? Handshake is the nation's #1 college to career network. We really focus on helping students find meaningful career opportunities, whether they starting or restarting or jump-starting their career. I would like to say that no experience, connections, or luck is required. All of those different connections are really built into the system. So most of our employers, they're looking for early talent, and recent college graduates or college internships are the perfect candidate pool for those needs. So just a little bit about us. We are actually, we're over 900,000 different employers. We're at about 1,600 schools, and we are at over 16 million students and alums. So these numbers have increased, but we do offer a wide variety of services for students as well as also employers, just connecting that ecosystem together. I will say with so many folks out there, sometimes it can be a little noisy to try to, pinpoint how explicitly are we going to connect with one individual if there's 16 million individuals out there. And that's where opportunities like this come to play. That's where opportunities to be able to connect with specific schools like SIU, be able to attend career fairs, and really trying to focus on with the folks who are going above and beyond to help their students and also to help you with your candidate pool. So in terms of how Handshake helps, again, being able to really strongly connect with Southern Illinois, you can build your brand presence, nurture relationships, source talent, and fill your recruiting funnel. So those are kind of like the main objectives. We offer a lot of different services for students, for employers, as well as also career services folks. I'm not going to go into every single one of them, but know that it is a multifaceted approach in how we support everyone within this ecosystem. Okay, now there are a couple things, and I just want to go ahead and actually I'm going to share my screen into the platform after I review some of these, but just some of these basic elements here. And Nicole, I'll go ahead and share these slides with you after this. So if you want to share this as a follow-up for all the attendees so they can have access to these links and just some of these details, I'll go ahead and share that with you. But when you first start, you're just going to create your company account. You'll add teammates to that account. Within your account, I give this feedback to students a lot of times is the more information you put into the account, the better experience that you're going to have. If I'm a student and I don't really have any skills on the platform, or if I've never updated any experiences that I've done, they can still leverage it, but employers maybe are looking for folks who do have some identified experiences. Now, on the flip side, since we're here with employers, the same element applies for this group as well. The more information you put into your account in terms of what type of candidates are you seeking for, what skill sets are you looking for, and even just a little bit about the culture of your company, the better experience you're going to have as an employer as well, of being able to match with the appropriate qualified students, match with certain schools. And you'll see in a couple slides, a lot of what students are looking for nowadays, they are looking to have a general pulse on what it would mean to work for you. What is your company like? What is the culture like? And at Handshake, you do get some opportunities to be able to share that content with the broader student community. So you want to fill out your profile again, put in all those details of a little bit about you, your company, and what you're looking for. You can set up your notification preferences. There's a lot that you can do within Handshake, so I definitely recommend this if that's something that you want to make sure that you're mitigating all the noise out there. And then you'd want to review your school connections.
Are you doing the conference thingy? Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to our slides and I'll show you all how to connect with SIU. So folks should here already be connected with Southern Illinois.
I think you may have gone on mute.
Snap. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know how that happened or how long I was on mute, but we're back. I was just going to say everyone here should already be connected with our with SIU. If you're not, I will go ahead and showcase exactly how you can do that in a moment. But some different data points that have been noticed in the past year is that students are almost 3 times more likely to engage with employers after they see posts from the employers. Again, that's a kind of a unique thing about Gen Z coming into the workforce, is that that's a big priority for them. They want to know that they're going to understand a little bit more of, they want to feel like they have a connection with employers. That might be, maybe y'all have seen those trends continue to expand over the past few years. But students nowadays, they are really looking for that connection and they want to feel like they understand who they would be working for. And Handshake gives you the opportunity for you to be able to post different content or to be able to showcase. We are seeing students are 91% more likely to apply to positions after multiple touch points, whether that is a outreach from an employer, whether that is a feed post. So those are gaining a lot more applicants and a lot more intentional applicants. Last year in our back to school season, we had over 18 million applications. So again, that's a lot out there. So students are more likely to engage if they see that you're also engaging, because then they feel like they understand a little bit more of who you are and what you do. Again, and for students nowadays, a lot of students are starting to think about their career very early on by connecting with alums, attending career fairs, and we see that just continue to expand over time. Now I mentioned facts before already that students are about 3 times more likely to engage with an employer after seeing content from that employer. But about qualified candidates are about 22% more likely to apply to a role after seeing content from an employer. So again, we are getting a lot more engagement, not just from all students, but specifically qualified students from your jobs. If you have some specific qualifications, engaging with those students is a good way to promote your opportunities. Okay, now there's a lot of great details that you can put in when posting a job. Again, the more descriptive you can, the better the candidate feels. I recommend making sure that you put in preferences. If you are looking for folks within certain majors, that you input that. If you are looking for folks within certain regions, indicating that. as that will help streamline your candidate pool. Within the platform, you can also track different progress of your applicants. You can see whether you have reviewed an applicant or not. You can also look at folks if they match your specific qualifications. And you can also message students within the platform as well, whether it's messaging candidates or messaging folks who you feel like would be an outstanding candidate for your position. Okay, just a couple things before I just quickly dive into the platform. There are a few different resources. There's a lot Handshake can offer. So we do have our own essentially employer training courses that are available. So I encourage you to check this out. Again, I will go ahead and share this information with Nicole so y'all can have access to some of these links as we move forward. Okay, great. So I want to go ahead and move on to the platform now and just do a quick little review. So I should be on the platform, should be seeing this on my screen. If you're not, please let me know. But this is an employer who is with the Downers Grove Public Library. It's a library kind of in the suburbs of Chicago, so a few hours away from SIU. Now, on your homepage, this is where you can do things like you can create a job. Again, the more details you put within that position, the better streamlined your applicants are going to be. This is where you can create an event. If you want to host an event on Handshake, maybe it's working within our company, or maybe it's something like hot tips for recent graduates. However you feel like you want to engage with students on the platform, you can go ahead and create an event for there. And then also you can go ahead and create a post. So when I went on create a post tab, this takes you to like your employer page. If we go to the feed, this is where you can go ahead and share something with the community. Now, when you're sharing, you have the opportunity to share as yourself or as your company. So you can go ahead and pivot there. And maybe it's something of, we're excited to start our fall recruitments. Here's a team photo and some of our company, our future updates within the company. However you want to share. You can be creative. That was kind of like 3 posts in one in this example, but I use that as a way of getting familiar with being able to post as an employer, because the data shows that students see those posts, they get excited, they feel like, okay, now I know Downers Grove Public Library a little bit. Let me click on their profile. Oh snap, they have 3 jobs right now. I wasn't aware. Now let me go ahead and see if any of these are jobs that I want to apply to. So it's building that community, it's building that engagement. And when you build that engagement, it has you have better qualified candidates, you have better viewing from students, all that good stuff. Now, I mentioned here that everyone already should be connected with SIU. If you want to check that, you can go ahead and go to the school side under relationship. And this is where you can go ahead and see who your favorites are, the different schools on Handshake. If we're scrolling down, we're here. Yep, we have SIU right here, which is amazing. If that ever is something where you need to get in contact with the team, you can go ahead and see all the folks here. We should have the team right here. Yep, I see Jamie, I see Nicole, I see Kathleen. Awesome. Now, if you are looking at potentially reviewing fairs in the future, and you want to scroll to see what is available, SIU has some fantastic fairs coming up. Even if we are searching for them, let's go ahead and search. Okay, I can see the fall fair is up and the spring fair. I want to go ahead and click on this as an example. This is that fair that Nicole just put up that QR code for recently, but here's more info. I can see who is going to be attending these. I can see some attachments in terms of what's happening. I can see the breakdown. And again, I work with a lot of university partners. The folks here at SIU are really on top of it and are staying very organized. So this is definitely a privilege here of having this relationship. Last quickly, because know I'm at time, on the job side, when you're going through your job candidates, this is where you'll be able to see your different applicants. You can see the data in terms of how often are people applying. And you can also go ahead and see when you click into who's applied, who matches all your specific qualifications. This is when I mentioned that it's important to set up your qualifications. So if you want to look at the folks who are 100% matched, then you can go ahead and do that. It is up to y'all. But with that being said, it was a little bit of a quick data update, quick run through of the platform. Nicole, I'll go ahead and share these slides with you. But
sounds perfect.
I just want to say thank y'all for the time, and also, yeah, just want to really highlight the SIU team again. This is special that this is being offered here. So I think that's a good relationship to continue to feed.
Thank you so much. Fell down. Give me 2 seconds. Oh. Okay. All right. Yeah. So we got Tina and Yeely on here. Pretty sure I saw y'all. Just want to make sure before I continue.
Hello. Hello, Nicole, I'm here.
Okay. Good. Oh, awesome. So I'll just do your introductions, and then you guys are free to share in your session too. All righty. So Yi Li is a dedicated immigration attorney with a deep passion for helping individuals and families navigate the complexity of U.S. immigration law. With a special focus on employment and investment-based visas, he has spent years assisting clients in achieving their immigration goals, whether through securing work authorization, establishing businesses, or reuniting with loved ones. Tina Sikander is the Director of International Student and Scholar Services at Southern Illinois University Center for International Education. In this role, she supports international students through every stage of their academic journey, from initial arrival to post-completion practical training. Her office provides comprehensive guidance on immigration, cultural adjustment, and student success while in the United States. Since joining SIU in fall of 2010, Tina has been deeply committed to fostering an inclusive and supportive environment for students from around the world. A two-time SIU graduate, she holds a Bachelor's of Science in Community Health Education and a Master's of Science in Education with a specialization in higher education college student personnel. Tina also serves as the advisor to SIU's International Student Council, empowering student leadership and global engagement on campus. And with that, the platform is yours.
All right, well, hello, everyone. It is a pleasure to be with you today. At this point, I'll go ahead and share my screen. So I'll be talking to you about some international employment authorization options for student visa classifications. And then once I am done, Yi Li will come on to talk about other employment-based visa options. All right, so the title for our session today is Engaging with International Students in a Time of Ongoing Change. So why this matters? Global student mobility continues to shift across the world. In the past, there used to be a top 4 countries that would receive international students. This day and age, that's expanded to a top 8 and top 9. So competition for international students is relevant now more than ever. International students tend to bring vital skills, languages, perspectives to our university communities and then to employment pathways after graduation. In today's session, we hope to explore meaningful ways for you to engage with international students, and we hope that the content today will help you to support their development and guide you to their work authorization options. So some other objectives that we hope to address are clarifying, again, those options for international debunking question that relates to international student hiring, to equip you employers with that can be actionable as you are performing your employment searches. And we hope that the resources shared can more confidently engage international students in that hiring process. So why hire international students? These students are trained in U.S. classrooms and familiar with U.S. higher education and work culture as a part of that educational environment. They bring global perspectives and varying language skills that can set them apart. They often fill high demand roles in STEM fields, healthcare fields, business, and other fields. They're often exempt from Social Security and Medicare taxes during those training periods. And again, we'll talk a little bit more about that. And they're already in the United States and typically are authorized to work with proper documentation. So some common work authorization pathways. There's CPT, which is available to students in F1 status during their academic program. There's OPT, which is available within the 12 months after commencement. STEM OPT, which for qualifying STEM graduates, they can qualify for an additional 24 months of OPT. And then academic training, or AT, which is available to J1 visa holders, which we'll talk more about. So what is CPT? CPT stands for Curricular Practical Training. This program allows international students work authorization in either paid or unpaid capacities to fulfill some type of curricular requirement in the form of internships, cooperative opportunities, practicums, and largely the goal is for it to provide practical training directly related to the student's field of study, often considered to be integral to completion of that academic program. CPT must be approved by the school, by my office, on the student's I-20 document. So curricular practical training, again, is available to F1 student visa holders prior to graduation, must be tied to the student's academic major and coursework. It has to be authorized by the school that they're attending. And as a part of that process, from the employer, we're looking for those job-related details or those training-related details. So what is the student's title? What duties will they perform? What will be the site location that the student will perform that work? What are the dates of the opportunity? When does it start and when does it end? Each of those details are required to authorize the opportunity. With CPT, there is no filing and no government paperwork filed to USCIS. So it is approved by the school. So again, more employer-specific role information for CPT. Essentially, we need from you to verify the job does relate to the student's major. And then ultimately provide a specific description and an offer letter that can be used as documentation and justification for that CPT approval. There's no need to register with E-Verify as a part of the CPT requirements. There's no fees, no immigration filings, and no sponsorship obligation. So what is OPT? OPT stands for Optional Practical Training. This is a form of temporary work authorization that F1 international students can benefit from as a part of their student visa. It provides them with an opportunity to pursue a job directly related to their major field of study for up to 12 months pre or post completion of the program. So most students pursue OPT after completion of the program. So the slide does say, 12 months after completion. However, technically students can use OPT after the first year of study in a pre-completion format. Here at SIU, I can count the number of times we've had students pursue pre-completion, and the vast majority tend to pursue OPT at the post-completion level once they've completed the program. Students apply for OPT through USCIS and are authorized by receiving an employment authorization document, also known as an EAD card. So again, optional practical training, all right, is post-completion opportunity for an F1 student visa holder. It allows them up to 12 months of work authorization and must be directly related to the student's current major field of study. The student does apply and is approved by USCIS with SIU recommendations. So my office must recommend a student prior to applying for OPT. And work authorization is documented in the form of an EAD card or employment authorization document. Again, with OPT, the employer is not required to sponsor the student, and there is no petition that the employer files as a part of the OPT process. There is also no E-Verify requirement for the initial 12-month post-completion OPT. And they can hire students while awaiting the EAD, but the student cannot start until that EAD has arrived and it is within the start date printed on the EAD card. At the bottom, there's a note there talking about if the student were to end employment, it is technically a requirement that the employer notify the school, so my office, within 10 days of any change to that employment. Okay. So what is STEM OPT? STEM OPT is a 24-month extension for qualifying STEM designated students for an additional 24 months of optional practical training. Again, this is available to F1 students only. To qualify, students must be working for or have a job offer from an E-Verified company. So this is where E-Verify does come to play for an international student. They're also required to have a completed Form I-983 training plan, which also requires the employer's assistance in completing. And this allows eligible students to work for as long as 36 months after graduation. So again, STEM OPT is available to F1 graduates in STEM designated fields of study. It extends for a total of 36 months of practical training post-completion. Students must be in a paid position when on STEM OPT, and they're expected to work 20 or more hours per week. The employer must be E-Verified. They must assist the student with completing the Form I-983 training plan. And they are supposed to report material changes in the employment or if a student ends employment within 10 days of that employment ending or 10 days from the date of change. So again, employer obligations, they work with that student to complete the I-983. The I-983 also requires evaluations every 12 months, and so the employer would assist that student with completing those evaluations. And again, notification to the ISSS or my office here at SIU within 10 days of any change. So AT or academic training. So this is authorization for J1 student visa holders. J1 students are most typically our government-sponsored students or students here for exchange programs. Academic training allows them to pursue internships or post-completion practical training opportunities. It's the equivalent of both CPT and OPT, but for a J1 student visa holder. So academic training is approved by the student's J1 program sponsor. So students sponsored by SIU is approving this employment authorization. If a student is sponsored by an outside organization like Fulbright programs or the Institute for International Education, then those agencies would approve the student's employment opportunity. With academic training, they must have a job offer in order to apply. So again, academic training is used by J1 student visa holders. They can pursue up to 18 months of work authorization or the length of their exchange program. So for instance, if a student is here for 6 months, then their academic training period could not exceed 6 months. Okay. And so I know that because often J1 students are here for traditional programs. Work again must be related to the student's major. They will have to show an offer letter. They'll need to note the dates and duties and location of the opportunity. And again, evaluations are required for academic training. And so per the school, employers might be involved in that evaluation process. Here at SIU, we require evaluations with the student's academic advisor. There is no USCIS involvement in the authorization of academic training. This is authorized by the school or the student's J1 sponsor. So another quick reference table, just to talk a little bit again about each program, the type of work that the student can pursue, the approval process, so whether that is approved by the school or sponsor or USCIS, paperwork that is involved, and then how the work authorization is documented. So for academic training, I don't think I addressed this on any of the previous slides, but authorization is provided in the form of a DS 2019, which is the student's immigration document, and an approval letter from the J1 sponsor. So some frequently asked questions. Do I need to sponsor an international student? Not for CPT, OPT, or AT. STEM OPT also doesn't require sponsorship, but does require a little bit more involvement from the employer. So what about taxes? Most students are exempt from FICA, which is Social Security and Medicare. Federal and state income taxes still apply, and we're going to talk about that more on the next slide. Can I make a job offer before authorization is approved? Yes. Students must have authorization before they can start work, but not before accepting the job offer. And students can apply for OPT prior to having an employment offer. CPT, STEM OPT, and academic training all require some form of job offer. And then what documents will I see? So again, CPT is approved with notification on the Form I-20, which is the student's immigration document. It's listed on page 2 of that document. OPT or STEM OPT approval is documented through issuance of an employment authorization document or EAD card issued by USCIS. And then academic training is documented on the DS 2019. Again, that is the student's immigration document with a school approval letter signed by an alternate responsible officer. So taxes and FICA and what employers should know. So international students might be subject to different tax rules than US citizens, but compliance is relatively simple. So federal, state, local income taxes, again, students are generally still subject to those taxes, and employers might choose to withhold certain taxes based on tax treaties with other countries. Typically, tax treaty information is also something the student is somewhat responsible to help inform on, so that's something you can work with your student on to determine tax treaty eligibility. Social Security and Medicare. So most F1 students are exempt if they are considered a non-resident alien for tax filing purposes. The IRS has something called the substantial presence test that the student can perform to help determine whether or not they qualify as a non-resident alien or resident alien for tax filing purposes. And typically that's determined by the length of time the student has been in the United States. So students that have been here for longer than 5 years are likely considered a resident alien and are subject to the FICA taxes. But students that are here for less than 5 years are typically exempt. Okay, so that exemption would apply to students that are authorized under CPT, OPT, and AT. So some employer tips there at the bottom. Do not withhold FICA from students on CPT or OPT unless you know for sure that they qualify as a resident alien for tax filing purposes. And then at the bottom there is a guide from the IRS and a very detailed explanation from SprintTax. SprintTax is the leading tax filing system for international or non-resident alien tax filers. All right, and so that is most of my portion of the presentation. So here you've got some contact information for my office. If ever myself or a member of our staff here at the Center for International Education can be helpful to you or a student that you're with, we're happy to do that. And at this time, I will go ahead and share the screen with Yi Lee, who will be speaking about other employment-based options.
Okay, hi everybody. Let's see, I'm going to try to share my PowerPoint. There we are. Okay. All right. Tina, can you see the PowerPoint?
Not yet.
Okay, I'm going to I guess share. No, this is I don't use Teams so often.
Yeah, it should be share on the top right-hand corner.
Okay.
And then it should have a screen option for where you
Oh,
want.
yeah. Okay. Hold on. Couldn't share your content. Okay. Oh, hold on. Let me try to pull up the PowerPoint here. All right. Share. How about now? Good.
Yep.
All right,
We can
great.
see it.
All right, so yeah, I'm Yi, and I previously to working in immigration law. I had spent 12 years at SIU. I got my law degree also at SIU, and I worked with Tina, my wonderful colleague, for many years at the international office before transitioning to my immigration attorney role. But just want to give you guys a little bit of breakdown about how employment-based immigration work after F1 OPT. And as Tina has explained, the OPT, especially for STEM, you can get up to 3 years under F1 the first year, and then the 2-year STEM extension. And usually F1, because it's a non-immigrant status, at the end of the OPT program, you typically have to go home because you cannot continue on the F1 past that 2-year extension. And so what happens when you have an employee that's really nice, does really good work, and you want to hire them past the F1 portion of the program? Well, you would look to options like H-1B, which is what we call a dual intent status, meaning they can have that H-1B status and at the same time have the employer, you, sponsor them for employment-based green card, which is the permanent residency through employment. And so that requires going through a list of steps, and it requires the employer to go through what's called a PERM, which is the labor certification, testing the employment market. That's the number one traditional way how we keep international students in the United States as employees past the F1 stage. But there's other ways to do it too. One being the TN visa and the other being the E3 visa. And those are country specific. TN only applies to citizens of Canada and Mexico, and E3 only applies to Australian employees. So I'll cover all that, but let's hit the most common way for students to remain in the United States past the F1. And of course, Tina already gone over the F1 OPT, so I won't go over that. But let's go to H-1B. So, like I said, H-1B is the dual intent visa. It allows students from basically any country to stay in the United States once they get the status. And it's dual intent because they have an intent to apply for permanent residency once they get it. You can't do that with F1. If you have, let's say, a marriage-based I-130 filed, and you know the employee wants to basically extend their F1 status, they can't do that because they've already manifested immigrant intent. Not so much with the H-1B. Once you have the H-1B, pretty much you're letting immigration know that, yes, the employee does want to stay here, does intend to immigrate, and that's perfectly fine under the H-1B program. So why is H-1B so important as this transition period between the F-1 and the green card? Because under the American Immigration Nationality Act, you have to maintain status, lawful status, for you to adjust status to that of a green card holder downstream. So it's very crucial to maintain some sort of legal status like H-1B with a dual intent so that you can file for adjustment of status when that time comes. So H-1Bs are a type of statuses or visas that grant you 3 years of authorized stay with 3-year extension. Typically, if you just have the H-1B with nothing else filed, you get 6 years. And then if you want to have another shot at the H-1B, you have to go home, depart foreign for 1 year, and then apply for the H-1B foreign, right? However, you can extend beyond the total 6 years if certain conditions are met. For example, if the perm or the I-140 is filed 365 days before the end of the 6-year limit, you can extend the H-1B status at 1-year increments indefinitely until the green card is available, right? Or you can extend the H-1B for 3 years beyond the 6-year limit if the I-140, which is the underlying immigration petition, is approved. And we'll address a little bit about why it's so important to maintain H-1B status and why it's so important to sometimes extend that status, because as you can see, some of your employees from certain countries may have a very long time to wait in the United States before they can get the green card. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so how do you get the H-1B? Well, typically most of my clients get H-1B through what's called the H-1B lottery, right? So Congress allots, they jealously guard the H-1B numbers. They allot only about 85,000 H-1Bs annually, and that's 65,000 regular cap and 20,000 for advanced degree master cap, right? And that added together, it's 85,000 spots. Well, in this year, which is fiscal year 2025, we had 479,953 applicants, basically 480,000 applicants for 85,000 spots. And as you can see, obviously, there's more demand than there is the visas. And so typically when you have a lot of employees looking for the H-1B visa, they're going to be going into the lottery system. It's a lottery. It's supposed to be, you know, completely like fair and random in who can, you know, as soon as you log on and you register, who can gain the lottery. And you have a lot of people that are not going to get the visas. And so that's just the fairest way that immigration has kind of figured out how to give these coveted spots for so many applicants without, you know, some other system. But yeah, basically you have to obtain it through a lottery system because there's just so many applicants and not enough spots. Now, there are certain situations where there are certain jobs and certain employees that are exempt from the annual lottery cap. And those are four different fact patterns that those type of jobs are exempt. Those are jobs that relate to institutions of higher education. So basically, if a university is hiring a professor, obviously they don't have to file for the lottery. They can just go file for the labor conditions agreement with the I-129 for the change of status from F1 OPT to H-1B, because they'll get the H-1B status, no problem. They're exempt from the lottery. Another one is nonprofit organizations affiliated with higher education. They're also exempt. Nonprofit research organizations are also exempt, and also governmental research organizations. So basically, this list covers higher education and research organizations, nonprofits, governments, and those affiliated with higher education. They get the they get the pass on that. But everybody else, if you're working for a private company, let's say as a computer engineer, and you want the H-1B, you got to hit the lottery. Okay. All right. So that's how H-1B kind of works. So if selected in the lottery, if the employee is selected in the lottery or gets the H-1B because their lottery is exempt, they are maintaining status as H-1B. And so to change from F1 to H-1B, you're filing for a change of status, and therefore you got to file a what's called an I-129 form, petition for non-immigrant worker with the labor conditions agreement with the Department of Labor requesting that change of status. You can also seek premium processing. So with certain immigration forms in the United States, typically the adjudication times for those forms can be 6 months to a year. Sometimes they're backlogged, so it takes a long time. There are certain forms you can file called premium processing. You pay an extra fee and they can process that form in 30 business days, basically. Other countries call it a bribe. In the United States, we call it premium processing fee. All right, so, and it doesn't promise that the form will be positively adjudicated and approved. It just guarantees that the form will be adjudicated within a quicker time frame. Okay, so it's also very important to know that once you get the change of status from F1 to H-1B, the status allows you to stay in the United States, but the status itself is not a visa. And so I would recommend that if employees get that status, if they don't have to travel foreign, that they do not travel foreign. If they do have to travel foreign, then they have to basically seek a interview in the consulate or embassy of their home country called a DS-160 interview for a non-immigrant visa, NIV at post, so that they'll be able to come back to the United States on the H-1B visa, because most likely their F1 will not be expired, or it won't be valid at that time, right? So of course, immigration is not going to care if you depart foreign. They're going to definitely care when you come back, saying what valid visa do you have to come back. And if you're H-1B, simply maintaining status, that's not enough for foreign travel. You have to have the H-1B visa to allow you to come back. So a lot of times I tell my clients, especially under this current political climate, if they don't have to depart foreign, then they hopefully, try to stay in the United States if they have valid status. All right. So I talked a little bit about why it's so important to maintain H-1B, and why H-1B after 6 years can sometimes be extended for certain increments of 1 year or 3 years, right? It's important to maintain status because of basically this chart here. This is visa retrogression, basically. This is the July 2025 chart for employment-based categories. And so employment-based category visa numbers are for green card applicants that want to get permanent residency in the United States. Just like the H-1B, these Congress only issues so many visas for these classifications every year. Well, you get a lot more applicants than there are available visas, and pretty soon you get what's called visa retrogression, right? And these are broken down by countries. So for the first employment-based categories, you're talking about your Nobel Peace Prize winners, Olympians with gold medals and stuff. The specialty, like those are the specialty occupations, the ones that are exceptional in their careers. The multinational executives, first category. The visa actually is current for all those countries, all chargeable countries except for these, right? Because the number of those type applicants seeking green cards are not that high, and so the visa actually is current. That means that if they can apply and get an approved I-140, they can concurrently file for the green card at the same time. All right, but when it goes down the list, as you can see, there's going to be a lot more visa retrogressions. And so for, let's say, the second preference category. Second, employment-based, those are for your occupations that require a bachelor degree or actually a bachelor with 5 years experience or a master's degree. So for your advanced degree employment classifications, as you can see, currently for those countries other than China, India, Mexico, Philippines, they're currently processing, they have visas available for those that have filed back in October 15th of 2023, right? So it's about a 1.5 year wait. Third category, those are for professionals, skilled and unskilled workers, right? Well, unskilled workers is other categories, but skilled and professional are under the third. And as you can see, there's a little bit of visa retrogression. There's more because there's more applicants for those type of jobs. And then for unskilled, there's even more, and therefore the retrogression gets worse and worse. So right now, if you're an other worker category and the employee or the employer files the labor certification ETA 9089, they're currently, there's visas available for those that filed back in June 22nd, 2021. So if you file in, let's say, June 25th, today, 2025, your employee is going to have about a 4-year wait until they get the green card, right? And so some of these are country specific because these countries typically have a lot more applicants than all the other countries. So China, India, Mexico, Philippines, they get their own columns. And as you can see, with our Indian employees, it's really kind of the worst because there's so many applications in the second and third categories that they're currently, visas are available for those that filed January 1st of 2013. So anybody from India that's, let's say, just today filed for a labor certification is going to probably have 12.5 years of wait time before they're able to get a green card. And so that's why it's so important to maintain the H-1B status, and that's why it's so important that they can extend the H-1B status past that 6 years, because your Indian employee is going to have quite a long time to wait before they can get the permanent residency. All right, so that's kind of how employment-based visa retrogression looks currently, and yeah, these numbers are pretty horrible, but yeah, it's especially India, China too, a little bit, but India is the worst when it comes to employment-based immigration, because there's just way too many applicants, in that category. Okay, so I kind of explained a little bit about the employment-based preference categories. They're divided by EB1, EB2, and EB3. Of course, first preference priority workers, extraordinary ability in the sciences, arts, education, business, or athletics, outstanding professors, researchers, and multinational executives, right? So as you can see, for the first, because there's so few of those applying, most of these are going to have a visa available, okay? Because there's so few of those under that category. Again, with second preference, third preference, you're going to have a lot more applicants, and therefore you're going to have visa retrogression. Second category, aliens of members of professions holding advanced degrees, which is defined by the Department of Labor as a master's degree or higher, or a bachelor's degree with 5 years of work experience. And then third preference, skilled, unskilled, and professional workers. Skilled workers defined by jobs that require work experience of 2 years or greater. Professionals are defined by jobs that require at least a bachelor degree, and other workers or unskilled workers that do not require a degree or 2 years or higher of work experience. Okay, and how do you determine which one of your employees classify for which type of category? Well, typically you use what's called ONET, which is the U.S. Department of Labor database that determined the job and what category it would fit, right? If you go to ONET and you type in, let's say, computer engineer, typically it's going to be a third preference professional, right? Because the entry level position for that job requires at least a bachelor degree. Yeah, so like if you're looking for a professor, you're obviously going to do EB2, because for a university professor, they at least require a master's degree or a PhD, or a master's or higher. All right, so that's kind of how that works for employment-based immigration. Okay, so let's say that you identify your immigrant employee and you want to sponsor them. And how do you go about doing that? Well, the employer has to go through what's called a PERM process or labor certification. And this is basically testing the market. And it makes sense because the Department of Labor wants to know that before you hire the immigrant, is there a U.S. citizen employee willing, able, or qualified to do that job? Because they want to give the U.S. citizen or the green card holder the first crack at that job, right? So the PERM process, usually you have to, for most categories, you have to do the PERM process, testing the labor market. There are certain Schedule A occupations that are designated as having permanent shortage, so you don't have to test the labor market. You can go straight to the filing the ETA 9089, and those are the registered nurses and physical therapists. So if you have an employee from a certain country that is working as a registered nurse or physical therapist, you can forego the testing the market. You can forego the labor certification process. All right, but let's say that your employee is not in those occupations. What do you do? Well, you have to go through the PERM process, which entails the first thing is what's called a prevailing wage determination. All right. And so basically, you go into it's the Department of Labor, Foreign Labor Application Gateway, and you notify the Department of Labor that you have a job ready to be posted. And that job, you have to list the job title, qualifications required for the job duties, education required, experience, training, and the zip code of where the employee is going to work. And the prevailing wage determination takes about 6 months, but basically the Department of Labor comes back and says, we think with that job that you posted and working at that zip code, the employee has to be paid at this amount of wage. And the employer cannot go lower than the prevailing wage as determined by the Department of Labor. And this is so that we kind of make sure that employers don't take advantage of immigrant employees by paying them way less than what the prevailing wage is. Okay. And so once you get the prevailing wage determination, you have to advertise that job at that prevailing wage determination. Of course, employers can pay more, higher than the prevailing wage. They just can't go lower. So you advertise at the prevailing wage or higher. Certain states, like Florida, where I live, we don't require the posting of the prevailing wage. But in Illinois, you definitely have to post prevailing wage as part of the advertising. So you have to advertise the job for 30 days, allow for 30 days for cooling period, and allow for U.S. citizens to kind of put in their resumes if they're interested for the job. And if you find a U.S. citizen or green card holder that is willing, qualified, and able to do the job, then basically it's over for the immigrant employee, and you have to give that job to the U.S. citizen. But if not, if you cannot find any U.S. citizens or green card holders willing, able, or qualified to do the job, you can move forward with the immigrant petition by filing the 9089 labor certification, the I-140 for the immigrant petition, and then downstream, once the visa number becomes available, you can apply for their green card, right? And work authorization when you file for their adjustment status for their green card. Again, pending when the visa number becomes available. All right, so that's the PERM process, and that's how 90% of labor certifications, employment, immigration works in the United States. Typically, this process takes about, if it's normal visa retrogression, you're looking about 4 or 5 years when you get the interested employee to when they get the green card. Of course, if it's an Indian client, Indian employee, if it's an EB2, you're looking at potentially 15 years of wait time for them to get the green card. But you know, it's visa retrogression. There's nothing we can do about that. All right. There are other ways, though. If labor certification is not the route you want to take, there's other ways to hire employees without having to go through the labor certification, but these are only country specific. One is TN-NAFTA, and those are available for employees that are citizens of Mexico and Canada only, right? And it only applies to certain positions. There's a TN-NAFTA job list. basically your engineers, your accountants. Most of the position require at least a bachelor degree. But if you're able to hire them, then you're able to offer them a full-time position. They can apply for the TN NAFTA and forego the labor certification, the prevailing wage, and be admitted under TN NAFTA status. So it would be just the F1 change of status from F1 OPT to TN NAFTA. Of course, the TN NAFTA doesn't lead to a lawful permanent residency. It doesn't lead to the green card. It's not even a dual intent status, but it is a way for citizens of those two countries to work and stay in the United States for as long as they want to, as long as they have the job, right? And it also applies to their spouse and children as well. Children being defined as under 21 years of age and unmarried. Okay. And then for our Australians, they get what's called the E3 visa or E3 status. Basically, this is only available for citizens of Australia. They have to have a job offer in the United States in a specialty occupation, which is defined as requiring a bachelor's degree or higher. And they have to prove to immigration that they possess the necessary academic qualifications. The employer does have to file the LCA, which is the ETA 9035, but once approved, they can work indefinitely in 2-year increments. Again, this E3, like the TN NAFTA, does not lead to permanent residency, but it allows the beneficiary to stay in the United States and work as long as they're working in that designated position as approved by immigration. All right, so those are basically the 3 kind of categories of how you can go about employing an immigrant employee in the United States if they're interested in working for you. I do highly recommend that employers, if they're interested in hiring immigrant employees, that they do consider that, because as Tina said, these students that come from F1 OPT, they're highly educated, highly motivated, and they want to stay in the United States. They want to make an impact for their company. And I understand that sometimes employers don't want to do that because of when you're going through the traditional perm process, there's the visa retrogression, the long wait times. But typically, if they're on H-1B, they can work for you while they're waiting on that process. So it's not as bad as the visa retrogression makes it look like, right? So I've had clients that are either waiting outside the United States working remotely, or they're in the US under valid H-1B status, working as H-1B status holders while they're waiting for their visa number to catch up to their application. So yeah, I mean, it is still a pathway, and it's very it is a very good process for immigrants to immigrate to the United States if they don't have other traditional ways of immigrating to the United States, like family-based, marriage-based, or humanitarian-based. But that is basically how employers can hire employees, immigrant employees from overseas. This is the process that they have to go through to get those employees. Let's see. I have, okay, E3 visa. We're done with that. Oh, if you have any questions, feel free to email me, yi.lee@olivebranchimmigration.org, and there's my company website as well. I'd be very happy to talk to you about your, employee sponsoring needs. If you have an interested employee that is international, that is on F1 OPT, I encourage you to reach out to me. We can discuss that employee's case, and they may have a very good pathway into the United States as a permanent resident. Okay, thank you.
All right. Does anyone have any questions? Do we have any in the chat? I think that one got answered.
Was a chat? Let me see.
All right. I thought I saw one. It's not there anymore.
And,
Thought I saw it about OPT. No one has any questions? Oh, it was answered. Okay. All right. Well, in that case, thank you guys very much. The session was awesome. But yeah, so that's their contact information. If you have any questions, if email them, email me, and I can reach out to them as well. The next session is at 12:30 CST, so we're going to take a break for lunch. So we just have an extra 10 minutes, so we have 40 minutes instead of 30. So I am going to kind of put us on a break, and so we'll see you all in a little bit for session 3.
Thank you, Yi and Tina.
Thank you guys very
Thank you.
much.
Yes, thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. All right. So we do have our next speaker on, which is good. All righty. So, my screen is sharing. Everyone can see still. It should have the next upcoming sessions. Yeah. All righty. So the next session we have is session 3. So it's coaching generative AI, recruiting and retaining today's early career professionals with Craig Engstrom. And so I will introduce him, and then it is his session, and he'll go along with all the slides. So Dr. Craig Engstrom is Associate Professor of Business Communication and the Director of the Center for Teaching Excellence at Southern Illinois University, Carbondale. He is a certified professional in talent development, the top designation from the Association of Talent Development, and a Microsoft Innovative Education Trainer. He is the principal consultant of the Communication at Work LLC, providing persuasion-focused career coaching and career document writing services. He has provided career support to over 1,600 clients, including multiple board members serving Fortune 100 companies and directly through LinkedIn as one of its preferred vendors. And then welcome, Dr. Craig Engstrom.
All right, thank you very much. And Craig is fine here. Hopefully you all are having a good time in these sessions. If you are, go ahead and put a thank you to the organizers or a thumbs up or any kind of emoji that you wish. And we got to keep you awake because I know you just ate some lunch. Thank you for that lovely introduction. I think what I'd like to do is go ahead and get started. No, I cannot see my slides for some reason, but you should be able to. I want to start off with a little bit of a story. Yeah, I just went through, and I'm sure that this is going to be the experience for many of you on today's sessions, where I had a candidate for a recent position clearly using AI in the actual interview. So we were doing a phone-based interview, and we asked a question that was a bit challenging. And it was very clear that the person was using AI because of the way they were looking off the screen, how they asked for more time. Could I repeat the question? Just rambled on, not really being able to say with much specifics, repeating the same things, just kind of reading what the AI was throwing out there. So clearly, we're in an interesting world. And so I thought today it might be fun to cover some topics relating to how you might think about recruiting and retaining some of talent in your organizations.
Craig, you're on mute. Yeah, you're on mute.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. It just kind of went to mute on me. So anyway, what I was saying is hopefully you heard a little bit of that. If not, that was the overview, and then into AI versus general. So I wanted to set a few things before I dive into those specific topics. And the first thing is I am talking today about generative AI and not AI specifically. So for example, AI would include things like robotics that you may be using in your organizations. Here I'm talking specifically about generative AI, those tools that we might use to create content. So there are some distinctions there. Hopefully, if you're in a manufacturing sector, you can still apply some of the things. You'll still have office workers and so forth that would use generative AI. I'm also playing with the terms here, like Gen AI, right? The generation of workers that are now coming up in the artificial intelligence age, particularly those younger workers. So, we have Gen X, Gen Y, let's call it Gen AI. A few facts that are kind of establish is that, this comes from a McKinsey report, that workers are using AI more than their leaders probably imagine they are, or what the expectations are. So I think that's kind of important to keep in mind. People want to use it and they are using it. Companies are obviously investing in AI in a wide ranges of ways. I will talk about some of the pitfalls here in a second, but most companies are investing in it, small to large, but most of them are still far away from their vision of being able to actually have the investment and the actual rollout of the AI in the ways that they want.
Thank you.
And next is leaders recognize their responsibilities for driving generative AI transformation. 48% of employees do rank that training is an important factor. So one theme that I'll kind of keep coming up is the importance of training and talent development in the AI world. Okay, so I said in the overview, I would cover some pitfalls and realities. So let's start there because I do want to just kind of lay it all out, like kind of where I come into this conversation. Because I know everybody has different opinions about where AI and some of the challenges. So I'm aware, and I'm not trying to like oversell like the value of AI here or anything like that, right? So the challenges that we all are going to face are things, and again, this is generative AI, but AI hallucinations, the ethical risks, an over-reliance on it, right? Like our capacity to want to use it rather than to keep training our creativity. It can be a creative tool, but also requires our ability to prompt it. So, you know, there's risks there. I think one of the biggest challenges, both in higher education and for organizations, particularly small organizations, is just the cost of it. The energy consumption of it, the training overhead that's going to come in, and then what we would call AI fatigue, which is something where the tools are changing so quickly. It's hard to know which tool you train up on it and then it changes and or it goes away because a lot of these companies are competing in the space and buying each other and incorporating the tools into the workflow. So employees are going to become fatigued by the constant change. And the last thing I would share, and I'm not covering all of them, obviously, I just want to give a high level kind of orientation here, is that I think there can be a misconception, particularly for the Gen Z, Alpha, or Gen AI, where we think that because younger employees are digital natives, as we say, that they're good at doing something. And I would just say that I do trainings on PowerPoint all the time. In fact, just had one a couple of weeks ago. And in that session, the people said, I learned more about PowerPoint. Like I'm not using like 90% of the features that you covered today. And they were like, I think are very basic. They allow for better storytelling, but nobody has trained people on how to do it. So students, just because they live in a world of Google Docs and Word documents doesn't mean they know how to use those well. And therefore, they don't know how to use AI well as well. It is not a shortcut without the skills development that are needed. So companies, bosses, and so forth need to be really thoughtful about how they're going to force to use generative AI. So much so, like even Anthropic, with some irony here, is, you know, doesn't want its applicants that they're reviewing to be using AI to produce their cover letters and resumes because it's very generic, right? They want applicants to be telling a story about themselves and sharing how they fit the company culture and so forth. Now, I will get to how, as a consultant, I'm able to use generative AI in a very creative way. And some of that is a signal to you all that might be hiring employees, what you might be looking out for as you review applications to spot AI use. All right, so what are some of the promises of generative AI then? Well, the first one is, I think, for, again, a generative AI tool, not robotics, but the use of it in, say, like emails or Word documents and so forth, is it can reduce repetitive task fatigue and injury. So this is a cost saver for a lot of organizations. You know, if you're not having to take meeting notes or have someone type those, if you're able to, you know, skip all that repetitive task motion, over time, we should see a reduction in things like insurance claims, lawsuits, so forth. So I think that's one of the best benefits of it. It also reduces fatigue in terms of just the workflow. So you should get a boost of productivity if people are using it well because they're prompting things and getting outcomes very quickly. So, you know, just as an example, today I'm working on a policy. I wanted to generate sort of a rough draft of it for our initial conversation. You know, I had to prompt it to what I wanted, but it was able to produce for me a good starting point for a good conversation. And that just saved me from a lot of that repetitive task. Anyway, I'm not going to go through all of these. Probably one of the other things is for an organization is it can improve your communication consistency, your branding, and so forth, and could potentially reduce legal risks because it can identify, if you ask it to, potentially problematic uses of language and or even punctuation. There's a classical study where a company in New York forgot to add a comma and it cost them over $1 million because of the way that comma could be interpreted as like an and or. So was it a list or was it not? And I think it was a garbage truck union was able to sue successfully. They expected something that was not intended, but the comma really made a mistake. So anyway, that could be sort of something to keep in mind. Of course, you're going to see productivity boosts, and we're actually already seeing that. The National Bureau of Economic Research has said that there is a 14% boost from the use of generative AI in office workplaces, particularly in sales and customer relations. So you can see how that could be extrapolated elsewhere. Again, one of the key factors from this study, though, is that training is important, because if you have the tool but not trained employees how to use it, then they're going to be using it poorly. All right, so just a few other notes on this. Again, I think we all know that AI can be a co-pilot. I'm throwing in some articles, and I'll send a link to this slide deck to all of you at the end of the session, so no worries there. And you can kind of click on these articles as you go along. And then I think the last one here on resume screening and candidate matching can be quite valuable for those of you that are in the in the human relations, human resources game. Again, you understand that people will be using it to generate content for submission. I personally think that's okay. They just need to do it better. And then you can use it for sort of a screening tool. And there's a lot of companies out there now, like jobscan.co, that can do some analysis both for the employee and the employer on how well you rank against the algorithms. Now, that's been around for decades with the applicant tracking systems, but it's becoming more sophisticated. So I'm going to spend a little time on that screening and candidate matching just a little bit as I transition into sort of this idea of generative AI and careerists. So this is where I hope we'll shift into some now practical applications of what I'm sort of talking about. And I'm happy to go back to any of those slides if you have questions and so forth later on. All right, so when it comes to job preparation and evaluation, so I am speaking sort of to an audience of twofold, careerists and those who are evaluating for applications. So the first one is I do think that the generative AI tools like ChatGPT, Anthropic's tools, Bard, so forth, can be useful for document development support. I'll explain how I actually use it in my consulting practice for two reasons. One, again, if you're here and you're thinking of career change, but two, if you're evaluating documents, what you might be looking for. Also, useful for careerists in enhancing interview skills. But I throw this out for two reasons. One, a seeker, that you're using the tools to practice, and you may or may not know this, but in PowerPoint, there is a tool under slideshow called Rehearse with Coach. So you can actually practice presenting and get feedback on your presentations from the AI that's already built into PowerPoint. And this is standard with M365 tools. You don't need Copilot or anything like that. So again, that's just one tool. But their LinkedIn, pay for their premium subscription, has an AI coach, which just kind of a side note, I was part of in the development of that. They were hiring us to interview people from all around the country, and then we were providing feedback, and we were kind of coaching the AI to give. So there's 20 questions in there that have been vetted by HR professionals as well as career coaches like myself. And when you do that and practice it, it'll give you feedback. And you can even set it up like, I want a hostile interviewer. I want a nice and friendly interviewer. But anyway, the tools are out there. And I want to throw that out for the organizations. If you want your employees to be better presenters, if you want them to be better interviewers for potential customers, there's tools, including free ones, that are available already for some of that coaching. Applicants and review and ranking, again, just there's a lot of tools out there now. One that I've been using and having students use for, again, probably a decade now, I can't remember when I started using it, is jobscan.co, where it can give you a sort of ranking of your resume against the job description or job post. So again, a very useful tool. All right, so what I wanted to do in this presentation, I thought it might be fun, is to kind of take what I've been doing with clients and ask AI, right, the tools that I'm using, with my own prompt to kind of take my memory that's already there and what I've already set up to kind of model my coaching over decades. And so I've developed this GPT that allows me to do this. So I just said, look, I'm giving a presentation. I need 2 slides for my deck, summarize with snippets of prompts what I used to do consulting work based on the work we've done together. That is this is sort of an insight into now what I'm prompting, what I'm getting, and how I'm coaching careerists. So again, use this for yourself as a careerist, or use it as a employer that's now looking for, okay, what happens when someone hires somebody to use and get them beyond sort of the AI. All right, so just a few of the things that it spit out. I didn't really augment this. I think I did a few minor edits here and there, but so my career coaching and resume strategy approach. So first off is I clarify the target. I say, here's the job ads that they're targeting. Help me align the resume to this role or these roles. I'm looking for specifically keywords for a specific position. One of the recent ones I did was for a nonprofit coordinator that had hired me. So they were looking for those types of jobs. So that's why it spit out that, obviously. But I would guide it for some of the targets, what their career goals are. And then just looking for the keywords, because I'm going to need those to help really to their target audiences. So again, I use a persuasive approach. I'm looking at how is this going to be written to two entities, humans and the AI bot. So I'm trying to write a resume for both audiences. Build strong foundations. So I say, let's improve the summary to emphasize transferable skills. So that might be something I throw in at the end. Again, the profile summary, I might do something different depending on the client. Revise this bullet to be more results focused and less task based. So again, focusing on that accomplish based resume versus just the task that someone does. So that's obviously a prompt I use a lot. Simplify complex context. So I say revising using my persuasive jujitsu approach. I think this is usually used to help clients just translate specific language to those job ads. And specifically, I use this XYZ approach, right? In situation X, I did Y, led to Z. And you can throw that in for variation. I accomplished Z in situation X by doing Y. Again, that's kind of the structure of each bullet point or some of the bullet points in the resume, whether it's in the chronological section or the functional skills section. Anyway, and I might take what they've given me and ask it to avoid cliches, ask for impact, and so forth. So position and framing, I might ask it for the functional skills headings. If we're looking for a hybrid resume that might speak to a couple of different career sectors, or if they're a career transitioner, they might be going from one sector to another. What are the transferable skills that are across those sectors? And we might set up a resume with some chronological history and then a few skills sections in the function area. So you can see the prompts on that. Quantifying achievements, I'm just going to kind of skip over some of these, but quantifying achievements is really an important thing, really asking it to add those metrics. And a lot of times I'll just say, make up metrics, put them in there. And then what I send back to the client is prompts to get them thinking about what it is they actually accomplished, right? They forget things that they actually, had 15 direct and indirect reports, or, they brought in over $1.5 million or whatever it might be. So by adding some places they can put those metrics, it gets their brains working, and then we go through an iterative process. Again, this just saves a lot of time. So what have I done to modify? I used to bill by the hour, but now when I work with clients, I just give a total price because I am working faster. I'm getting different results, but I think the value is still there. And if I charge by the hour, I'm going to get less, but if I charge by a straight fee, I'm going to get more. All right, identifying Gen A submissions. So what can you do then if someone doesn't hire a coach and or they just submit using AI? So what are some of the telltale signs that you could be looking out for? The first one is the overuse of the M- and semicolons. Like, I don't know what it is about AIs, but they love the M-. I don't even think students even knew what that was until recently, right? But I'm seeing it all over the place. So, and I see it in the prompts that I'm getting. So even I'll tell it, don't give me M-, and then it still does. So get rid of those immediately in the writing that you do. Otherwise, people are going to know right away it's AI. Not only, but also constructions. It's just terrible writing, but here's an example. Not only did I do this, but I also did this, when that's actually just wordy. It's not a good construction when you could say I led marketing campaigns and coordinated cross-functional teams. So just going in and changing the not only, but to I and it's a lot better. Overuse of nominalizations. This is where nouns become verbs, right? My focus was on the implementation of. The reason AI does this is because most of us have been doing this for decades. It's terrible. I implemented a new onboarding strategy, so it's just more direct and straight to the point. You can see it's even fewer words. Other sort of AI things that you'd be looking for: cliche-laden intros and closures to sentences. even, polished tone, no errors in the voice, vague or generic accomplishment statements. Again, that's why prompting it to give those very specific accomplishments and percentages and data is important. Inconsistent detail between the sections that make no sense. A lot of buzzwords, overload of them without any explanation. Again, it's just modeling the terrible resumes that it was fed way long ago. Repetition of similar statements in a paragraph. So here's just an example for you. I am a dedicated professional who brings commitment to every project. My strong work ethic ensures that I stay committed to my goals and responsibilities. Again, just commitment being repeated twice in a very short succession, while can be an effective rhetorical persuasive strategy in public speaking, usually not the most effective, or you should try to avoid as much as possible, at least in technical documents like a resume. All right. So how do we retrain for the AI enhanced workforce? So here's some tips for you to take away in my sort of closing argument here. The first thing, and this is from research, I have a list of some articles that you can read. The one is that you want to shift from training events to continuous upskilling. The idea of like these 1 hour sessions or multiple days where you kind of bring people together, and or you're mentoring somebody, a new employee, sort of with a very concentrated focus, is not going to be probably as effective as just having them learn continuously and then relying on some of the AI to do some of the work for them and sort of coaching them on that. I would also say that the research is showing that mentorship is going to be really the first line of AI literacy. That means finding people in the organization who are already good at using the AI. And again, we're talking about generative AI, and having them mentor the junior employees. Again, training people on the prompts. And I have to do that in my own work here in the teaching excellence, where I'm working with student workers, international students. They are able to produce now things I could never have asked them to produce, but I have to mentor them with like, okay, here's the feedback on this one. This is why you didn't get that. What was your prompt? Here's how you could have improved it better. You want to coach more for judgment, right? Like training and helping people understand that their cognitive abilities are more important than their use of a specific tool, because the tool could change, and it probably will. So you want to give them accolades for good judgment. You want to reward them for good judgment, not that they effectively use the tool, and make it clear, like, right, that I'm saying you did a good job, but it's not because you use ChatGPT well. It's that you thought about how to use ChatGPT well, and that's more important. You want to foster in your organizations a culture of iteration and curiosity, where people are constantly asking, could I improve this? Not just sending the first document, but here's the first draft of the document. Now let's have a meeting, discuss it. Now let's go back to the AI and use it for improvement. It still requires human interaction and so forth. That's what the Anthropic CEO was saying. We want good communicators, and that's only going to come across if you don't submit a generic resume. You want to align AI with your values and mission. So where does it fit in your organization? How are you selling to clients? How you're using it? I think it's important to kind of revisit who you are as an organization and align what you're doing towards the mission and values. And we're having conversations all the time in the CTE about how the ways we're using AI and if we're going to use it differently. Like right now, we're building a co-pilot for instructors, but how does that fit in with the actual 2030 mission and vision? And is the cost worth it? You want to embed the AI guidelines into the onboarding policies, and again, make custom GPTs that can answer questions along the way. It will save you time. And last word of advice is, I would say definitely you want to test before hiring. So if you're going to have people doing certain things that may or may not require GPT, test them on it, right? So you can give them a in-person scenario-based situation, have them use the AI, see how they're using it, and or don't let them use it. So again, it depends on what your objectives are and what you need to know. But I think in this day and age, you've got to do more testing, not just interviewing before you hire somebody. And that pretty much, I think, brings me to what I wanted to say. Again, there's some resources for you that I'm going to share in the documents here in a second. I'll put the link in the chat. And if you want to follow me on LinkedIn, here is my URL. You can go to craigie.link/EDIN. So Craig LinkedIn in a sense, Craig E LinkedIn, or you can scan that QR code on screen. I will come back to it. If you follow me, something I'm going to do by the end of today is I'm going to share this course. I can share as a premium member of LinkedIn, LinkedIn learning courses for free to my followers and my connections. And I'm going to throw this one out there for people using AI to improve human resource practices. So anything I didn't cover today, or if you felt this was too simplified, you can go even to a higher level expert, Don Finn, right there in LinkedIn. So follow me or connect with me on LinkedIn, and I will make sure that you get that resource. Thank you so much for listening. I think I have about 5 minutes for questions.
Anyone have any questions?
Got to give people a minute to ask their GPTs to ask them a good question.
That's very fair. That's how I ask a lot of my questions too.
Yeah, all right, Jamie's laughing at that. All right, great session. Thank you, Shannon, for at least letting me know. Give me some feedback at least. Yeah, like, are you like, okay, this was like wasted 30 minutes. I hope it was a good value. If it was a good value of your time, at least you got something, one thing, throw in a reaction, thumbs up, whatever you want on the screen and or chat. Appreciate it. Let me share with you then that, all right, great. Thanks, Ariane. Cool. Daniel Robertson. All right, awesome. All right, good. My ego boost has been fulfilled. I will say one nice thing about GPTs, right? They're always very nice. They're like, that's a great question, Craig. I like that you asked that. Here's my response. Okay, let me share this slide deck with you before I forget.
Yeah, you can also email it to me too, because I have an email going out to everyone after
do
this.
you? Okay.
Yeah. But you're
Awesome.
more than welcome to send it to them if you want.
I'm going
But
to.
I have an email going out with everything.
I got the link right now. I think this is actually coming from my personal email, her OneDrive. So give me 1 second. All right, there you all, the folks. I know another presenter is about to start, so I'm going to give you that 5-minute break. I'll hang out for a few minutes if anybody wants to back channel. Otherwise, you all have a really great rest of your day.
Yep. Thank you so much. But yeah, now is a great time if anyone needs to have a bathroom break. We have about 3 minutes left until the next session. But just kind of do what you need to do, get a refill on water, use the bathroom, and then we'll start again at 1 o'clock.
Hey, Nicole.
Yes.
This is Josh.
Hi.
I had to go to my backup, my iPad, so I'm still trying to figure out how to make sure that everyone can access my PowerPoint. Are you going to load that, or do I have it?
I have your slides, I
Right.
believe. So I can just share your slides,
But
and then you could just tell me when to move on or move to the next slide if you would prefer.
Oh, no, I'd rather do it, but I'm sure there's an easy way for me to do it the way Craig just did it, but I'm not seeing it on my iPad the way I normally do. Is there an easy way that I can just, because I have it right here.
It should let you on the top of the screen. It says share.
Okay.
And then it should have a screen, like it'll have a screen view.
Right.
The share button's right by the big red leave button.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't hit the leave button. Hit the share with an arrow button.
Right.
But yeah, as a backup, I do have your slides if you do need.
The share button that you're referring to is inside of Teams, right? Not on the
Yes,
PowerPoint.
correct.
Yeah, just some reason everything's looking differently than it normally does, but I'm sure that's because I've switched to my iPad quickly. Couldn't get my camera to work on my laptop. But I don't see a share option, so I may end up having to take you up on that.
That's all right. That's why I do the give me your slides as a just in case.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming if I just pull them up, you won't be able to see them unless I can find this share button that you refer to. And so far, no luck.
Yeah, I have no problem if you just need me to be the clicker of slides.
So far, we'll have no choice.
All right.
I'm gonna have to go out and back in real quickly.
Okay.
Would you like me to begin, Nicole, or should we wait?
Yeah, so what I'll do is I will share your screen, I'll do your introduction, and then it's all you.
Okay, thank you much.
Alrighty, give me 1 second. It's so weird. Can people just see the main title? I have a weird presenting screen.
We see your weird presenting screen.
Always okay. Let's not do the weird presenting screen. Okay. Let's.
You have to enter presentation mode and then share that window.
Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh, good seeing you.
Good seeing you. Of course, I had to go to my backup on my iPad, and I can't figure out how to do the share part.
Well, I was going to look it up for you, but I'm not iPad savvy, so sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do.
It looks different on the iPad. I know how you love iPads and Apple
Yeah.
products.
I know, I just love it. I sense the sarcasm.
Yes.
Well, it's good seeing you. I'll follow up with you.
I enjoyed your presentation. I have a lot to learn on that subject.
Yeah, thank you. I'd stick around for years, but unfortunately I have another meeting. But I want to make sure that you guys get going. You know, I feel like now obligated to stay here. And
Yeah, I do the not full presenting mode because it keeps giving me issue. But let me do your introduction, and then you're all good to go.
Wonderful.
All right. So Joshua Houston is a senior lecturer in the communication studies at Southern Illinois University. He received his bachelor's in communication from Culver Stockton College and his master's in public communication and broadcasting from Western Illinois University. His special interests include the study of public relation in sports as well as public relations spin. Mr. Houston's professional career includes serving as an instructor, sport information director, and women's soccer coach at McMurray College. He also was the director of communications for the State Games of America, a national amateur athletic festival grant funded by the United States Olympic Committee. Yeah, so just let me know next slide, and then I got you.
Sure. I'll just say next slide. And thank you so much, Nicole. Sorry for the extra bother. I want to start by saying thank you to all of our we have wonderful students, and I can't wait for you to meet more and more of them annually. And we'll go ahead and get started, Nicole, if you don't mind.
Yep, it's all you. Oh, and this is also a communication.
So we'll go with our next slide. Hope to do today is to give you an idea of how we're trying to help our students not only be excellent employees right off the bat, but to grow into leadership positions, and increasingly so. And we know that sometimes other than experience, there's a lot of skills necessary to be an effective leader. So we try to guide our students in that direction. So they're going to be wonderful employees for you right away, and also over time, because indeed we tell our students that the best communicators rise to the top. And as they do, we want to make sure they're ready to lead. And so we're doing that in a humanistic approach, with a humanistic approach in the communication school. And we're emphasizing communication skills, decision making, and relationships. The subjects you see here that we'll be covering quickly are covered in our leadership course. It's an introduction to leadership in ORCOM course that I offer. Our last presentation, but I drew those from the surveys, and Nicole's nice enough to provide those surveys to you. So I will probably just skip around when we hit those, because if you want to take those self-reflective surveys just to see how your communication leadership skills are doing, please do. Okay, next question. Next slide, please. One of the things we do with our students is we try to start them off by thinking about what type of follower they are, what type of followers are around them, and what type of leadership would be most effective for that type of follower. So we start now oftentimes thinking about what type of follower they are, what type of leaders they've experienced, and we blend that in smoothly right into our lessons about what kind of leader they want to be in the future, somewhat based upon what type of follower they are. When we talk about followers in our presentation here and in our course, we talk about two sides of all of us, really, which is the independent thinking side and the active engagement side. So these questions self-reflective surveys help you understand to what degree you are an independent thinker and to what degree you are actively engaged. When I talk about active engagement, what we're basically talking about there is being a team player. So you don't want people that are constantly just saying yes, very well, but you want team players that understand all of us make certain sacrifices for the greater good. And when you bring those two things together, that's when you have the perfect follower. Next slide, please, Nicole. And again, if you take the self-reflective survey, you can find out what type of follower you are. It will help you determine to what degree you are an independent thinker and to what degree you are actively engaged. And an exemplary follower would be nice, someone who's high in both areas. But if that's nice after there's something to work on. Next slide, please. So leading by example doesn't sound easy, being the one that's doing it the right way all the time, but that's actually the easy part. Leading by example is a requirement, but alone it is not enough. The real work begins, as most of you know, when we start coordinating and delegating and supervising and mentoring. All of them do that involve other people collaborating, advising. That's the true challenge. And so teamwork and problem solving is certainly part of any leadership path. Okay, next slide. So these again are some of the questions that are on the self-reflective survey that you can take to learn a little bit more about your attitude toward teamwork. We know that not everybody loves working in teams, especially when I work with undergraduate students, but I find fellow professionals enjoy working with others. But there's such a professional reward system involved with mixing with your colleagues in any type of group. As you can see here, we're trying to prepare our students, not just for their primary career and all of the teamwork that goes with that, but most of us at one point or another are asked to serve on a task force, a board of directors, a committee, a project team, a working group, an account team. Experience all of that throughout our career, and we indeed are preparing our students to be excellent in those areas. Okay, next slide, please. So we know some advantages of working with teams. I remind you and our students that, of course, that's where the diversity of perspectives comes in, which often leads to better results. It also is about your commitment to your colleagues, which for me is a motivation. I never want to let my colleagues down. There are filters involved with multiple people, which means you're going to predict more problems before they happen and avoid those problems. And you're also going to explore more possibilities. There's a better acceptance generally of the results of a team product, a committee, or whatever it is. If it's the result of a group of people that have respect with the organization, whatever it is that they recommend is more likely to be accepted. And again, just one last time, I think a lot of us find it rewarding to work with others. We meet new people, learn from them, and grow together. Next slide, please. Just another quick add-on of working in a team. And this I actually draw from my experience as many years of teaching in the classroom and forming groups within the students and asking them to prepare, to get to know each other and prepare for a semester-long project that will carry a lot of weight in terms of their grade. It's a very important project. And I've seen students get together and 10 minutes later, they know what they're going to study. They know what their plan is for the semester. They've clearly gone with their very first idea. And it's probably worse than that. It's probably not just their very first idea. It's probably the first most assertive member of the group has great ideas right out of the chute. But if I always say anyway, if the first idea is the best idea, it will still be there after you've considered all other ideas. And so this scamper method is a good way of thinking about how to brainstorm and make sure that you're taking advantage of the diversity of the group and not just following the most assertive member's first idea. Next slide, please. Now, working with teams is not all advantageous, of course. The reason I think most undergraduates don't like doing it is because of the unequal workload, which is hard as a teacher to sort of avoid. And students have their own goals. And so sometimes not all students put in the same amount of work. However, I think as we move into more professional settings, that never goes away, but it's less of a problem. Let's just say that and be nice to all of ourselves. How about conflicting goals? Not everybody in the group is going to have the same goal. Of course, they're not. You might keep everybody on track, and that's where that team player ethic comes in. There's unequal power. Some individuals overly influence group decisions, certainly if they're allowed to or encouraged to. And sometimes that's just personality. Other times that's their professional status and appointment. But whatever it is, the purpose of being in a team is to make sure everyone feels contributing. I would say that. Once in a while, where there's just agreement is out of reach and it doesn't seem to be coming into view. That's not often, and we can work through that usually. These things take time. Group decisions take a little bit longer than you sitting it down and doing it yourself. Not always, but often, just because of the decision making and the discussions that are needed. And then finally, there's a little bit of risk involved here because these decisions aren't the result of one person. Therefore, they could sometimes be overly compromised. So you end up with something unnecessarily complicated because you're trying to reflect the views of all members of the group. So these are things to at least keep an eye on. Next slide, please. One other disadvantage before we move on of working in a group with which you might be familiar, and that is the Abilene paradox. Team members expressing support for an idea that they don't privately support, as is reflected here in this cartoon. So are you someone that feels pressure to see the majority view, even the view of one or two people? And sometimes, we're all guilty of wanting to move on in the meeting, but it's important that we express our reservations if we have them. Thank you. Next slide, please. What we're after here in terms of our teamwork is reflective thinking, not just going right to the solution the way the student group did that I described earlier. We want to go through the process. There's a reason for each step. What are the problems or challenges and known relevant facts? What are the criteria for any solution? What are the possible solutions? Which of the possible solutions is best? And how do we implement the solution? So that's the type of reflective thinking that can guide a group and keep it on track. And so I fully recommend a process such as that. Next slide, please. So these are some of the questions that are on the self-reflective surveys. And I encourage you to take those to find out also what type of, well, really what it will tell you is what is your attitude toward teamwork? What is the role that you typically play in teamwork? It will also help you understand how you see the role of the leader in teamwork. So again, I encourage you to take all the self-reflective surveys. It's important for all of us throughout our career to just do a self-check to see how our communication leadership skills are doing and to find areas in which we can improve. Okay, next slide, please. So, of course, there's conflict resolution involved in growing into the leadership role that you might seek. And so you can ask yourself right off the top, how am I at responding to setbacks? And what is my willingness to change? Do I have a spirit of partnership and team orientation? How am I at making a mid-course correction? So you're already traveling in one direction and all of a sudden you see that it's not perfect. And are you able to give up on that idea and to tailor it in a new direction? Responding to feedback. So inviting feedback, first of all, and then, of course, responding to it appropriately. Avoiding stonewalling and infighting. And, of course, conflict. First of all, I want to say up front that conflict is not a bad thing. Conflict, if we didn't want any conflict of ideas, then we'd all be working in silos independently. That's not what we've been describing here. So how can we manage conflict when it does present itself? Through dialogue, respectful dialogue and engagement, by understanding that there are many sides to any story. I teach a course on PR spin. I teach a spin class, if you will, and I certainly talk about this fact that all of us have our own worldview and we see problems and how to solve them our own way. And that's why sometimes group work can be a little bit challenging. We must cooperate until we find a resolution. that is mutually satisfactory. And if we dissent, that's fine. We can challenge, we can confront, we can make sure we're heard and that our truth is part of this discussion. That's why we're in the room. But we must which it was for most naturally to you. Same thing with mangling a conflict. Of course, we're trying to avoid that. We don't want to attack, making accusations and being passively aggressive, or even using sarcasm, which is one of my go-to tools in life. I turn that off when I go into professional meetings best I can. And you probably should too, to a certain degree. We want to avoid being defensive. Part of being a leader is being confident in yourself. If you're confident in yourself, you understand you don't have all the answers anyway. So why be defensive? Focus on what you can do to achieve the solution rather than what others are not doing. Obviously, stonewalling, we mentioned earlier, letting differences simmer silently, not a good idea. Contempt, something of an ad hominem attack. If you find yourself attacking a person rather than an idea or a problem, then you know that you're off track and you're not moving toward a solution. So again, which of these are, I wouldn't say most naturally, actually, which of these are you most tempted to exhibit from? Next slide, please. What I like to do with my students is at the end of each of these units, when I have more than a half hour, I always bring us back to the decision-making table. And all the professionals that I'm speaking to today know exactly what I'm talking about. Whether it is a table or some other setting, we end up someplace as an organization in the big moments. So picture yourself, I say to my students and to you at work, gathered around the meeting table yet again, trying to solve problems, create ideas, or do long-term planning. Make a habit of complimenting the points that others are making. Connect your idea to those of others. If you must disagree with someone, which, by the way, if there's no point in disagreeing, then just take a pass. It's only when you see the need. But if you must disagree with someone, first acknowledge something with which you agree that they have said. And surely there is something, most often. At the very least, even if you completely disagree on an important decision, start by acknowledging that you understand their point or hear what they are saying. That's not very much to ask what a low bar that is, but by telling them that you understand what they're saying and that you hear them and then disagree, they're going to accept your disagreement much more readily. So that is the best way to go about it. Next slide, please. So looking a little deeper at conflict resolution, once again, a little pitch. I hope you will take the self-reflective surveys that are being included in the email that Nicole is nicely providing. It will ask you these kinds of questions when engaged in a controversy. My position tends to become more set. And so if that's something that you indicate strongly, then that's a win-lose approach to conflict resolution. As you can see there, we can talk about a rejection approach. We can talk about a confirmation approach, perspective taking, avoidance, and problem solving. And so again, I encourage you to take that self-reflective survey. There's a number of them. One of them will help you understand better how you deal with conflict. Next slide, please. One of the things we do is we talk about listening. It's a tough skill to teach, as you might imagine. As a communication lecturer, I'm always thinking about ways to translate the basic communication skills into classroom lessons. It's hard. It's kind of difficult to teach listening. Nevertheless, you must try because listening is underrated in terms of its importance. And so 40% of us have one primary listening style. So you might want to take the surveys just to determine what your listening style might be, or if you have one. Another 40% are style switchers. And then another 20% have no primary listening style at all. So basically what we're talking about here, on the left side of this, as you're facing the screen, you see styles. And so if your style is to focus on emotion and feeling with a goal of relating or compromising, that's a people style. And as you can see, there's an action style, a content style, and a time style, which sometimes we have to, when we're short on time, shift into time style. But in any case, the best thing to do is to understand that there are different ways to listen and be good at switching. I think, just in terms of my opinion, I think it'd be good to be a style switcher because sometimes I need to focus on people in the room. Other times it's about action or content. And then at the end, maybe I start running out of time. So I recommend being a style switcher, if you will. Next slide, please. So here we are back at that work table again, trying to solve problems, which is not easy. And this time we're doing that from the perspective of our listening skills. First thing we want to do is make sure as a leader, we are not egocentric. We don't want to be an egocentric leader necessarily, certainly. We don't want to be a fraudulent listener that's faking it, monopolistic, competitive, selective, avoidant, defensive, and attackers. These are all ways of being an egocentric listener just by not listening in a way that is most effective for the group. Back at the decision-making table, defending your point as though you are defending your honor, not a good idea, unless, of course, your honor is being attacked. But most of the time, someone's being overly defensive when that's happening. So let's not we make as though defending our honor. Treating problem-solving or planning sessions like an athletic contest. Typically, when you win and the other person loses, that's not a team win oftentimes. And we're looking for team wins most often. So we're not treating these things as an athletic contest. Often we want to listen to and summarize the points others are making and compliment points made by others, especially anyone being overlooked. Thank you. Next slide. Presenting yourself like a leader. First of all, think about this first point. Words carry only 7% of a message's emotional meaning. Sometimes you just need the content of a message, but most of the time in human interaction, you want the emotional meaning. What is this person feeling and why are they communicating their feelings to me? If you're only listening to their words, you're getting 7% of that, basically very, very little. So if you start paying attention to verbal tone, now you're picking up on 38% more of that person's meaning, and facial expressions are going to 55%. So knowing this as a communicator, as the person who is delivering the message, I want to be very careful that I not only am choosing my words carefully, but that my tone and my facial expressions are also carrying the right emotional meaning. Thank you. Next slide. Nonverbals matter because they play a large role in whether followers like us or not, which can be important, whether they reject our ideas, whether or not they want to talk to us, and once in a conversation, do they sustain or terminate that interaction? Nonverbals are believed more than verbal. So if you're not sure if they're being honest, you're going to go with their nonverbals because those are more difficult to control. Next slide, please. Nonverbals matter because you may want to make a good first impression. You may want to more naturally convey power and influence, and you may want to more clearly communicate the meaning of your words or to convey honesty while detecting dishonesty in others. Teachers said leaders don't all look the same, obviously. Just say the obvious. So no, we cannot identify the leader in the lineup that we're looking at. How a leader should look and act is influenced by cultural, societal, and historical norms. Therefore, it's up to each of us to decide which expectations we will value, strive for, and embody, and which we wish to question, challenge, modify, or reject. Next slide, please. So these are questions that are on the self-survey about how you present yourself, and I'll just let you take those surveys, and in the interest of time, if we could go to the next slide. Leader impact on climate. Climate is a metaphor for an organization's internal environment, how people within the organization perceive that organization. We know about culture. Culture is about your mission statement and your policies and your public-facing point of view that you tell people about your organization. However, sometimes climate does not live up to even the very best of cultural attempts. The only way to know if people living and working inside the organization are enjoying the climate is to ask them, what does it feel like to work here every day? That's the best indicator of the climate. Next slide, please. And actually, we'll just move on. Again, those are things that we can learn from the survey. So we'll go to the next slide. Again, those are things on the survey, so we'll just keep going. All right, we also want our students to not just be managers. We love managers. Managers have to be innovators sometimes. Innovators need to be managers. If things are going the way you want them to go and the organization is right where you want it to be and other things aren't automatically changing around you, maybe you can manage for a while. But eventually, and sometimes in a hurry, we have to innovate. And so that's what we're teaching our students to do, is to think like not just managers, but also innovators. Innovators encourage followers to try new things and serve as role models for change. Are you prepared to change so you can make change? Resilient enough to fail and try again. The status quo has a tremendous gravitational pull. You must be equally strong in your commitment to change. Change requires inspirational leadership and emotional connection. Next slide, please. So ideas certainly make change possible, but ideas without constraints make change more possible. For example, you may have seen this before, a simple illustration. If you were asked, how would you connect these points to form a star shape? You might wrestle with that a little bit, and then you ask yourself, what constraints am I placing on myself that's making this more difficult than it needs to be? And so you go to the next slide, and you find out, hey, there's nothing that says I can't extend and make a new imaginary point in order to make that star. So the lesson there, of course, is by challenging and changing norms and procedures and encouraging new understandings and actions, you as the leader can help the organization grow and develop, catalyze, change, and innovate. Next slide, please. And, what you might want is reflected on these self-reflective surveys that we're sharing with you, is what type of leader am I currently? What's my go-to leadership style? And so any of these styles, by the way, of the three that are used here, could be the right choice depending on the circumstances. For example, authoritarian. I always remind my students, you don't want your surgeon taking a vote. So there is a time and place for authoritarianism, where the leader makes decisions and the follower carries them out. We also have the democratic style of leadership, which I think is very common for communication people like me and probably for professionals like you. Leader defines the task, distributes responsibility for decision making to others, and then stays involved. And then finally, laissez-faire, where the leader basically cedes all decision making to others, hires people, and expects them to know how to make good decisions. So there's some questions there you can ask yourself that might help you, even if you don't want to take the survey. Those questions, idea as to which of those three styles is most attractive to you. Next slide, please. And so this is a look at the last survey and the list that I've shared with you. This will help you determine your leadership style. And so there's a little bit of a quick instruction there on how to do that you can review if the instructions on the survey are not clear. And then we'll just go to our last slide, please. So I want you to know, rest assured, that we not only teach all of these practical skills, but we're constantly reminding students how to be an ethical leader. Coach John Wooden is given credit most of the time for saying that personal character is what you do when no one is watching. Well, I teach a leadership class, so I like to tell my students that leadership character can be described as what you do when everyone is watching. SIU students, alumni, and partners know that great leaders display strong character publicly and serve as a role model for the next generation of ethical leaders. I wish you good luck. I thank you for being a partner with SIU and our students, and please feel free to reach out to me if you have questions. And she has indicated she will share that with you when he goes out. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Nicole and answer any questions that anybody might have.
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful session. But yeah, you answered that question, but I am sending every single piece of information all of our presenters give to us. He gave it to me like a month ago, so I've had the survey for a while. So that is definitely going out in that email. All right, but thank you so much.
Sure.
All right. Oh, so we are at the 1:30 mark, so we are ready for our next session. Let me stop sharing that because I think, Nick, you have your own slides.
Sure, I won't be using slides
say, but yes,
Okay,
I'm
perfect.
I'm ready to go.
It'll be all you. All right, so I'll just do your introduction and then you'll be good to go for your session.
Wonderful.
All right, so we are entering in session 5, the last session. This is To Win the Talent War, How to Attract Young Professionals Without a Big Budget with Nick Skovsgaard. Our last speaker is an award-winning marketer, entrepreneur, and thought leader in the ever-evolving landscape of digital communication. Nick Skovsgaard is the founder of Alter Ego Marketing, a web design and strategic brand agency that has helped transform businesses across the Midwest and beyond. With a background spanning public relations, journalism, tourism, and broadcast media, Nick brings a unique perspective to the way organizations of all sizes tell their stories more authentically. Today, he brings that same passion for innovation to a conversation about artificial intelligence, not just as a tool for productivity, but as a force shaping how we communicate, connect, and create a meaning in a rapidly changing world. And take it away.
All right, so I'm going to kick things off today with a little bit of a shock to the system. And if you guys are all HR professionals, I'm sure that you are aware that the landscape of the next generation coming is changing, and it is changing really quickly. I pulled a statistic for this that says 73% of Gen Z want permanent, flexible work hours. They don't want to work like we did because the world doesn't work like it used to. To give some reference point here, 41 years old. And like me, I caught myself thinking like, what's happening to work? Why is everything so different? Get off my lawn. And I know I'm not the only one. The biggest shift is that in the minds of Gen Z, the 9-to-5 model is outdated. The 40-hour work week is outdated. They want to exchange their value for pay, not their hours. And so I would like to make this a little bit of a two-way conversation. If there's anybody out there who can maybe, jump in and share with me, what is the biggest shift that you're seeing in trying to hire Gen Z? What are the crazy questions or crazy asks that are coming at you as somebody who's in the HR world trying to hire a new generation of young people and bring them into the workforce? What challenges are you struggling with? Is there anybody out there brave enough to sort of jump on and maybe share what you've seen? A wall full of colorful circles.
Hey, Nick, I'm on the teaching end. I can tell you that students that are seeking employment, one of the first things they want to know is about working from home.
Yeah.
Just to be honest with you, I know that's not what an employer wants to hear right out of the chute.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And it's not, Lisa, I saw you just throw up, Lisa Peterman, I've got your hand raised. Please jump in.
I think a lot of them want to know the pay. The first interview, they want to know how much they're getting paid before they continue the process.
Oh yeah, and there's this push away from these. It depends on your experience. They want to know pretty much up front. Why isn't this in the job description? I think a lot of us have seen that. Isn't there anything else? Any of the wild requests that have maybe come across your desk in somewhere in the HR world or hiring or something that just seems completely out of left field? Nope, we're making this a two-way conversation. Somebody get brave. I know I'm not the only person. My generation looking at it goes, I cannot believe that this is what the asks look like today.
I've experienced some of my younger employees not acting the same way that I feel like I did when I came into the job market.
Yeah.
And one of them in particular is I don't see a lot of them going above and beyond. Mm-hmm. The way that I got to my position is I outworked other people, right?
Yeah.
I did more, I helped wherever I could. And the ones that I have right now, I experience that they don't want to do any of that. They want to cut it off and say, nope, I'm just doing this, that's it. And they don't have aspirations to grow. And I also work in the television business. So I'm kind of talking about some journalists, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. And it's difficult for a journalist to only do the minimum requirements if they actually want to be a real journalist.
Yeah. No, and I don't disagree. And I think that like one of the things that's really difficult is there is a really seismic shift between what we see or what we remember as sort of our generation. Again, this kind of
fans, everybody above Gen Z, and what the expectation is for them. And one of the things that I think is kind of like when I talk about the seismic shift in work, one of the big ones is it's not just about money anymore. The pay is the minimum expectation. They want to be paid well for their time. They hold that as the minimum. But that's not enough. They will not do a job where they don't have meaning. So they want meaning, flexibility, growth, and authenticity. Today's talent doesn't want to just work for companies. They want to work for missions. And it is really hard because as somebody who grew up, it's like, okay, I would come in early, I'd stay late, I would hustle, I would try and like show all this work that I was doing. And I feel sometimes when I look at that younger generation that I'm not getting that same response, that like you said, that they don't want to go above and beyond. But I think that's what's really important about this is we have to rethink, how they define work, how they define their scope of hours. And out here is big things that young professionals want that don't necessarily cost money. You don't necessarily have to add a huge increase to the salary. You don't necessarily have to put a foosball table in like that. I think that's all dead and gone. So I broke this into 5 categories. So number 1 is flexibility. If you offer them a job with more flexibility than the other things that they're looking at, that's work from home hours, that's flexibility to take off in the middle of a day to go to a doctor's appointment, that is, being able to work in an asynchronous schedule, which our jobs, frankly, are not built for. And this is so important because I think our generations and everyone above that Gen Z generation is really struggling to look at like, how do we reconcile these two things? How do we take the 40-hour 9-to-5 Monday through Friday work week and the expectation that you are going to go above and beyond if you want to grow in your career and reimagine it to what do we actually need to do to hire the good talent today? I don't believe that they're lazy. I really don't. I think that they're compromise their mental health for our office hours. And again, I will tell you that I have been in that situation where I feel like I'm the old man yelling, "Get off my lawn" a little bit here, but I see it, right? I see it. I had a conversation this morning with an employee or a friend basically who had an employee who was calling in literally just asking for a mental health day. The kid was, I want to say, 23 years old, and he said, "Hey, I had a big issue with my girlfriend today, and I need to take a mental health day." And of course, this is a 65-year-old painter probably, and he says, "No, you can't." I think that what we're going to run into is this huge friction between what the talented pool of workers want as the minimum expectation and what our current rigid systems allow. And so if you're a smaller entity and you're competing against really big organizations, you have the flexibility. As a business owner myself, I have a small team, which means the rules are kind of what I make them. And so if I'm looking to attract really interesting talent that maybe I can't pull another way, this from home, hiring people who are out of my market, offering these asynchronous schedules. That was one of the first things I had worked with a hiring consultant. They told me they want the ability to be able to take off, to take their dog to the vet and not have to necessarily plan for it 2 weeks in advance. That's a really big one, and I think it's really hard to come to terms for. The second one is purpose and value alignment. One of my all-time favorite quotes, and this actually Simon Sinek, it's people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. The idea that a young person, this Gen Z person coming out of college, maybe in the early 20s, the idea that they're going to work a lot harder for an extra $1 or $2 an hour, and the idea that they are going to, have some really like cog in the machine type job, that's a foreign concept. It's not happening. I have seen it. I've had conversations with SIU students. I've had conversations with high school students. They want to deliver value. They want to work with a see what their contribution looks like to the outside world, to the customers, and an extra $1 an hour, an extra 50 cents, a pay time off bonus is not what attracts them. They want to know that piece is a minimum expectation and that the company and maybe telling that company story or being involved in a meaningful way, that is going to drive them to apply for a job so much faster than a small increase in pay. Number 3 is career growth and learning. And this this comes back to something you just said, right? You are used to, in your generation or in our generation rather, you're used to having a job where you give someone an opportunity, you bring them in, and you expect them to go above and beyond. And when they go above and beyond, you're going to create opportunity for them. But that doesn't necessarily happen on day one. And it may not happen for 6 months. It may not happen for 2 years. The feedback that I'm getting and what I'm seeing in the market, and I think you are too, is that dead end jobs don't want a 5-year ladder. They want an impact now role. They want job, but they feel like they're making a difference and where they feel like they have the ability to shift and move very quickly. Number 4 is an inclusive and supportive culture. There's a lot of things in the works. You see a lot of things in the politic world about DEI, and I know that that's a whole political hot button. I don't even want to get into that, but I do want to say that to them, this is a reality where they want to see everyone have a seat at the table. They want to know that it's not a bunch of old white guys running a company where no one else gets a voice. And I think that that is more prevalent than ever before. I think that it is really challenging because for a lot of big organizations, they don't have that opportunity. But if they can't see themselves in a leadership role, if they don't see the opportunities for them, they're not coming. They're not going to join the team, and they're not going to make that move. The last one, number 5, is they don't want perfect leaders. They want honest. In 5, no one is going to believe the upside to anything you say. Lead with the downside. What's the catch? We are in this world of this sort of authenticity, this immediate reaction, this sort of like washing away that sort of that prim and proper polish to have something that looks and feels real, because it is. So if you're offering somebody $100,000 a year job and you have all these great benefits and you have all these perks, they're going the entire time you're talking about all your perks, they're going, what's the catch? Well, the catch is you got to work 80 hours a week. The catch is you're never going to see your family. The catch is that you have to travel, 2 weeks out of the month. If you hide that catch, or they hear that catch later on, or they hear it, as they're coming into a job, they're going to run, because the idea that we don't have transparency, and again, this is sort of, you want to lead with your best foot forward. You want to tell the best parts of your company to attract that talent. But if you're not willing to tell them what's wrong with your organization, you're not willing to tell them where they're going to have challenges, you're going to see that they're they want transparency, they want authenticity. We're going to get into vertical video content and sort of how TikTok has shaped this. One of the best examples I have is if anybody here is spending time on TikTok and you're scrolling through TikTok, or Instagram's not quite as clear, but TikTok really is. You're scrolling through TikTok and you see a video that looks like it was made by a huge production team and it's all polished, the lighting's perfect. You scroll. You don't even wait to hear what they're talking about, because that's an ad. That same context applies to everything this generation. If it doesn't feel real, if it doesn't feel authentic, they're gone. So how do you do this? Where do you make this shift to win the talent war? So the first one is a culture advantage. If you can highlight your company, and I'm going to say small business in this case, but in any company, small, medium, large, where you can highlight your unique advantages, where you can recognize that you can promote faster, you can give more empowerment early on, you can let younger employees lead now, that talent isn't the advantage. I want everybody in the room to think about something. If you, let's say 10 or 20 years, and you're hiring someone to be a bricklayer, and you have 2 applicants for that job. The first applicant is 35 years old and has been doing bricklaying for 15 years, got a ton of experience. The other applicant is 20 years old and has never done bricklaying before, and everything else is equal. Which one do you want? You want the one with the experience, right? In 25, this is the first time ever that being young is a huge tactical advantage, because let's put that same thing out here. We're going to hire a social media manager, and you have a 45-year-old person who has been doing social media for 25 years, right? I'm 41. I've been doing social media since I was 18. I've been involved in all kinds of companies and things like this. But when you think about that, I have a tactical disadvantage because I didn't grow up with TikTok. I didn't grow up with YouTube Shorts. So this is the first time in history that someone who is young can actually have a tactical advantage over somebody who isn't young. They're more familiar with technology. They're more familiar with how customer service works. I'm sure that everybody in this room has done a thing where you're talking to somebody who's in their 20s and said, hey, just pick up the phone and call them. And you see this like look of terror wash over their face, like, make a phone call? Like, me? Now? And they're breathing into the brown paper bag because the idea of making a phone call to another real human being is terrifying. I know that I'm not the only one that's experienced this. But on the flip side of that, that trend is staying true. It's here and it's not going away. They want to text, they want to email, they want to chat, they want to have the ability to pre-order and have something delivered to their front door. The customer experience is shifting, and it's not just shifting for Gen Z, it's shifting all the way across the board. So when you're hiring this young talent, even though some of the things that they do naturally might drive you crazy, what they are going to do is understand your customer base. And so there is a real advantage to hiring some of this young talent and figuring out how to accommodate things that are different for them. They're different for your, just not. Second thing, how do you do this without a budget, right? And really, this is one of those pieces of this presentation that I'm going to be blunt. I'm going to be honest. It's going to be hard. It's going to be really, really hard because depending on the size of your organization may not be ready for this. You may have to do some heavy lifting to convince somebody to try out a 4-day work week. You may have to do some heavy lifting to get somebody to try out, hybrid schedule or asynchronous hours. But man, I really think if all things are created equal and you've got somebody in Gen Z and you're offering a job that has flexibility, or even the potential for flexibility, even if your company is open to this flexibility and it's something you're willing to talk about, it is the thing that I get asked about the most. If I'm having a conversation with any student for any job, that's what they're telling me they want. They want remote work. They want to be able to work from anywhere in the world. They want to be able to, have, a 4-day work week instead of a 5-day work week. They want to be able to have, a hybrid scope where sometimes they can work from home when they need it. And I know that all of you are probably fighting the same fight, going to your individual CEOs or your organizations and saying, hey, are we willing to do this? And I'll be the first to tell you, I was struggling because these are things that I was not open to at all. It drove me crazy because that's not how I worked. That's not how I felt like I got the most value out of employees. But the truth is, that's what every job seeker who is in that sort of 25 and under, that's what they're looking for. And so if you're trying to attract that talent and you're not able to do it now, maybe it's time to start having that conversation. Another huge one, telling your origin story. If you're looking at your company and you're looking at that from a vantage point of a potential employee, right? They're coming to your Indeed page or they're coming to your job posting on your website, and you say, we're looking for a product manager and it pays this much money, and here's the hours, here's the list of descriptions, here's what we want, here's all of the different benefits. You're missing the mark already. And I would almost guarantee you that everyone on this call, if you took a hard look at what your job descriptions look like, you're still writing a job description for somebody in their 40s. You're still writing a job description for what it used to look like 10 years ago. If you look at those job descriptions now, they need to be origin story driven posts. They need to start with why. What difference am I going to make coming to work for this company? Why would I want to work for you? How am I going to provide value? This can be told in several different places. One, it can be told right in the job description. Two, it can be told on your company's website on the About Us page. I'm a huge proponent of vertical video. I gave a TED Talk about 3 years ago on how I believe that vertical video content is going to reshape just absolutely everything that happens in the market here. And I think this is more important than ever when you're trying to build culture and you're trying to attract talent. creating video content. And when I say vertical video content, I'm literally meaning taking your phone, holding that, holding a piece of explain what's happening in your company. What is your company believe in? What are you doing? What does a day look like inside your office? Nobody wants to come in for 3 rounds of interviews to find out that your idea of a perk is a foosball table. That's not it. I think that shift has happened in such a critical way. And what you have to understand is that authenticity beats polish every single time. Not only that, but the least trustworthy person in your entire company is your CEO. The second least trustworthy person in the company is the VP or the HR manager. At the end of the day, if you want people to believe that you have culture and you want to believe what you're telling them about the job, lead with the downside and let the junior staff speak. If you go down to the janitor and you say, what's it like to work here? If you go down to the entry-level intern and say, what's it like to work here? And you let them tell that story authentically, the thing is, you may not get the story that you want. You may not get the polished story that you were hoping for, but what you're going to get is something real. And if you are brave enough to put that content out, you're attract talent because they're actually anytime looking through, Indeed or job descriptions or these sort of like, over the top, sort of super polished, like, oh, come work at blah, blah, blah. We're the greatest company and we serve all these customers and we have these great benefits. Again, take that same video and put it on TikTok and watch how fast people scroll through it. They don't care. They don't believe you. And so, having the flexibility, having the sort of starting with why and really telling that story, putting your frontline people on camera to authentically give testimonials and talk about what the company's really like, that's huge. One is give them ownership. If these young people come into companies and are given the opportunity to lead early, they're given the opportunity to take on roles. And again, that doesn't mean you have to promote them right away and give them the VP of operations role, but give them something that they can take ownership of. They want to be entrepreneurs. They want to have autonomy. They want to have, Daniel Pink has one in his book called Drive. The 3 things are artistry, mastery, autonomy. That's what motivates people and employees to actually do meaningful work. I think that's more true now than ever. So as I kind of look at where this content is going, what's happening in the market, what's happening with the psychology of the people who are applying for jobs or honestly not applying for jobs, it's about selling purpose. It's about realizing that the job role is not going to define Gen Z's generation. They don't want to be your senior operation manager. They want to make a difference for your customer. They want to make a difference for your company. They want to have friends at work. They want to be connected to people. And they want to have that work-life balance where they can get out and do something with the money that they're making. And they don't want to wait till they're 40 or 50 or 60 to travel the world. They want to do it now. And so I know that everybody on this call is like, whoa, that's terrifying. But it's the truth. And I think that the hardest part that everyone is going to have to come to terms with is this shift is happening. So much hold on to the way it used to be. We're trying to hold on to, hey, maybe if we pay them a little bit more, or maybe if we're a little bit more stern, or maybe if we, again, put in a foosball table. I was just in an office the other day that had like Pop-Tart Fridays. I can tell you that everybody at 20 years old is rolling their eyes as hard as they can at this possibility. They don't care. They don't want that. They want to go home and they want to hang out in their sweatpants and they want to play with their dog. They want to take the day off and they don't feel good. And they don't want to wait till they're 40 years old to take their first vacation. They want meaning. That is the most important thing I can convey in this. They want meaning, they want purpose, they want autonomy, they want action. And so if you want to attract tomorrow's leaders, you have to show them the life they can build with you, not just the hours that you need from them. I think that that's going to be the hardest part. And so I want to make sure that if this is something that you're looking at and you're wondering, okay, we're trying to implement some of these, maybe we can't go fully hybrid, maybe we're not fully remote, maybe we can't give all the benefits. You can tell your story better. You can make sure that your team members know the mission, because the first thing I'm going to do applying for a job is I'm going to find a back channel to ask some questions. You've seen, again, our generation would go to something like Glassdoor to look at what the reviews are. They're going to want to talk to somebody at your company. They're going to want to have a job shadow day. They're going to want to know that your company is one they want to work for. They're going to your social media. And if your social media is great and the people look like they love their job, they want to come work for you. And if it's boring and there's nothing there, they're going to go. They're going to go, and the paycheck is not going to keep them. So, in thinking about this, are you offering a paycheck or a platform? Today's talent won't work for companies. They're going to work for missions. They're going to work for growth. They're going to work for flexibility. They're going to work for transparency. And all of that is an expected minimum to go along with the paycheck. Purpose is how you win the war for talent. I want to open this up for a little bit of a two-way discussion now, because I know that some of what I'm talking about is probably a challenge for a lot of people working in this industry today. How do you hire these people? And then how do you get your company to agree with this? Quick show of hands. Does anybody have a question that we can sort of file off on and maybe talk about a little bit of how do you implement this in your specific organization and against the challenges you might be dealing with right now?
There's a question in the chat for you here.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Would you mind sharing it? I don't see
Sure.
my chat.
It is, how do you apply your strategies in a healthcare field where primary job is seeing patients in person?
Sure. So you say, how do you do that? I think it's a couple different ways. So number one is, yes, that means that you don't have a hybrid work from home option, most likely, depending on what the job role is. But it does mean that you can have a more organized way to have a way that is not in that day. You have that built in. But probably more than anything in healthcare, I have a friend right now in the healthcare industry, and she's actively looking for a job because she is miserable at her job. She doesn't feel like she's delivering value. She feels like she's a cog in a big machine, and somebody comes in and tells her what to do every single day. And I think that the healthcare industry has really been rocked. In the post-COVID world, there's more pressure, there's more responsibility than ever. And the idea of, why did you get into healthcare? Why does anyone get into healthcare? It's because you want to help people. It's because you want to make a difference. And I think that there's a huge disconnect, and this is not picking on one person. This is industry-wide. I think there's a huge disconnect between what the marketing guy says on the billboard of, what's the mission of this healthcare industry, and, how do they talk about it, and what's the feeling of that frontline worker? Am I actually helping? Am I actually making a difference? Do I feel that my daily contribution is making people's lives better? Do I believe the marketing speak that's coming from the top end of the system? And I think that the answer is, in a lot of cases, no. This can be done with a survey or a conversation, but I think that if any employer, and again, not picking on your organization, not picking even on healthcare, if any organization looks really hard at what they're saying up here in the marketing messaging, what they're saying in their website copy, what they're saying in their brochures when they talk about, their responsibility and how they give back to communities and things like that, and then they go ask their frontline worker, do we do these things? In what ways do you see us making a difference? I would be willing to bet that almost everyone would be surprised at how far or how disconnected those answers are. What else do you guys see as a challenge to hiring? So as I talk about these things, and I will be the first to recognize that some of these things are really difficult. The hours of 9 to 5, Monday through Friday for the last, whatever, couple generations. The idea of saying, okay, all of a sudden now everybody can work from home. That transition just isn't magically happening here. So where else do you see these challenges coming? How else are you working to tell your story and recruit? And maybe where are you finding success? Anybody out there brave enough to throw out an answer? Word of mouth. Will you maybe expand on that just a little bit? When you say word of mouth, what do you mean by that? Are you talking about word of mouth as far as employees helping you find other employees? Are you talking about maybe driving forward, the connections there? I would agree. When you're talking, especially to the younger generation, if you bring in one person who is Gen Z, have a great experience with you, and they help you find other employees. There you go. You're reading my mind. They help you find other employees because they love their job. You're going to have a pretty easy time, because the moment that they're, again, think about this, like the least trustworthy person is the CEO. So if you hire somebody who's a frontline employee or who's a lower level, entry level employee, and they say, I just got a job working for XYZ company and they're great, I love it, they're hiring another position, you should come work here too. That level of trust is as high as it can possibly be. They actually believe it. So this is actually a problem that is prevalent across the board in marketing. And what I do, we are so trained, and especially the younger generation is so trained not to believe absolutely anything they're told. Everything is looked at a skeptical eye. And so if you don't think your job descriptions are being read that way, if you don't think the average person is going like, I hear what they're telling me, but I don't know if it's actually true, I don't know if this is actually a good place to work, that's because that's exactly what's happening. It doesn't matter if it's a marketing message about your product. It doesn't matter if it's a marketing message about the positions that you have open. It's looked at more often than not with an extremely skeptical eye. So you have to lead with these benefits that they care about. But you also have to understand that if you're just telling them you have these benefits and you're not able to back that up, if you're not bringing that person who's maybe in that current position or adjacent to that position, as opposed to the HR manager or the CEO, somebody with polish telling them that, they don't believe it's true. Anybody else? Has anybody else had success with something when hiring Gen Z? Maybe put something out there that you were really surprised that made a difference in attracting young talent. Somebody be brave and unmute.
For me, it would be when you add like a career fair and you have stuff on the tables that's really to hear that it's authentic.
Is it Ariane? Is that how you say it?
Yes.
Awesome. My daughter's name is Ari, so I spotted that right away. I love the name. Ariane, so when you're out there doing sort of recruitment, and are you talking about like the giveaway items, like the stress balls and stuff like that, or is it
yes.
What are you giving away?
When I go to job fairs and I interact with people, I like seeing like the pizza cutters and this and that. For working at SIU and HR, we give away stickers. People do like those and bookmarks.
I like it. So when somebody comes up to you and says, that draws them to the table, but that doesn't make them want the job, right? That just brings them up to have a conversation. And my guess is you have, I can hear your smile in your voice instantaneously. So my guess is that you're really good and really personable. When you start having those conversations, what kind of questions are they asking you? What do they care about?
That's really like the number one.
That's the
they
big
get
one?
to that, and if they work weekends and stuff like that.
Okay. And one of the things you've probably seen, I think that a lot of you have probably seen this too, is the benefits don't carry as much weight as they used to. The benefits are now expected. I have had more than one young person where you tell them that you have a 401k with a match, and they don't even know what that is, right? When you're talking to somebody who's in their early 20s, you have to explain the benefits. When you have to explain to them what health insurance is, and again, SIU has great health insurance, but the idea that is not offered at another company, that is completely foreign concept. So a lot of it's education, but they want something very different than what my generation wanted. They're looking for something. Has anybody had any really valuable conversations around, hiring somebody or attracting someone because of the purpose of the company or the purpose of the department, where it's obvious that they're invested in the mission more than just looking for the job that pays the most. Anybody else seeing that? Media accounts. How many of you are finding that people are coming to your interviews and they have been looking at your company's social media accounts before they ever came in? Does anybody have a really successful social media account that really shows kind of like the behind the scenes of the office? I can only see names here, so I don't see what companies that are represented by these names, but I'm really curious to see if anybody has an HR strategy that is including social media. And if you don't, you should. Have anything good? Okay. So, JB, as we're working through this, I think that you and I had some interesting conversations, at the beginning of this. I want to continue to open it for questions, but will you maybe share some of the conversations we've had about, when students come in and they're looking for a job, they're just not asking for the same things. Jamie, can you maybe add into some of that? Like, what do they really care about? What are you hearing?
I'm they're looking for some place that they can about work. They want to feel like they're treated as equals. They don't want to feel like they are being looked down upon or talked down to. They want to feel like they're part of the team.
Yeah.
The money seemed to have been more important in the past than I'm seeing lately. Like you said, it's that value, that work-life balance that they're really latching on to. And
Jamie, I want to add to that really quickly here, which is like, I think that what's interesting is the money is still there. So it's not like the money isn't as important and the mission is more important. They want less money. They still want the pay, but the mission is what's going to make them decide what job. And so the idea that you can offer less money and have a great mission, that's not a successful strategy either. The thing is, you need to have a competitive salary and you need to have mission. It's not or.
Yes, exactly. It used to be, I don't know how to word this properly, but this is just how things work.
Yeah,
like they used to.
I couldn't agree with that more. If your company doesn't have a good reputation, or your company has a reputation of not taking care of its workers, or not taking care of the environment, or whatever social cause that they care about, these are more prevalent than ever before. You see people that are literally saying, I don't care how much they offer, I would never work for that company. I don't like them.
Yeah.
And so I'm assuming that there's nobody on the call today who has a morally bankrupt, evil company who's dumping toxic sludge into the ocean or something. And obviously that's not the types of companies we want to work for either. However, if your company is a good company, that it is doing good things, those are stories that you need to be telling. And you need to be telling from the involvement. The idea that I'm going to go work for a company that donated $9 million to a charity last year, okay, that's nice. I want to go work for a company where I get to give back, right? Whether it's, your team is out volunteering in some way, or you're involved in that giving, or, I actually have a client of mine, they put aside a percentage of all of their income. So everything for their gross revenue, I think it's something like 1%. It's relatively small, but they're a huge company. So that is tens of thousands of dollars every year. Every single employee gets to vote, basically put in a suggestion for local charities that they want to see supported by that money. All quarter long, and every quarter they have an entire list that comes out, and you get a certain amount of votes, and you basically go through and vote for let's say your top 5 charities, and then they distribute all of the money collected to the local charities weighted by vote. And so everyone in the company gets to feel like they're driving things forward, like they're participating in it. And so when the company wins, the nonprofits win, and they're nonprofits that I care about because I got to be involved. The volunteer time, I think that's super important. But even just the social mission, is your company making money by doing something that helps people versus by taking advantage of people? And again, that can be a perception thing, that can be a storytelling thing. But if you're not telling that story, you absolutely should be. It's critically important.
I'm also seeing a lot of people younger professionals have the expectation of moving quicker
Oh,
through,
absolutely.
yeah, like they're, we would wait 5 years before we would go on to the next position or be expecting a bump up the ladder. And they, 2 years, they're getting itchy about it. They're like, oh, where am I going next? Where am I going next? And I'm like, oh,
Well,
calm down. It's only been a couple of years. They're ready to go. They're ready to move.
Even in my generation, my generation was the one where they started saying, the idea that you come work for a company and you stay there for, 25 years and you retire and you get a gold watch or something, that was my father or maybe my grandfather's, generation. The idea today that you would stay with the same company more than a couple years if you don't have, real connection and opportunity to grow is crazy, because the way that you increase your pay is by getting another job. And that's crazy to us, because that feels like a lack of loyalty. But I promise you, if you put yourself in the shoes of that Gen Z employee, to them it feels like a lack of loyalty to the company, because if they're going to put their time with you, they want to see you invested in them and helping them grow. And the idea that oh, you're going to have to go above and beyond and you're going to have to sort of trade those hours for that growth is a foreign concept. They expect that if they show up and they do the work that they're asked to do and they do a good job, that they're going to have opportunity to move up. I will tell you that, even my age bracket, I think law that, we expect, like when I was expected to go above and beyond. If I wanted to get a remote, because you did more than what was asked for you. I was the facilitator of the Jackson County CEO program. I'm not sure if you guys are all familiar with the Midland Institute of Entrepreneurship, but teaching young entrepreneurs. We would work with 17 and 18-year-old high school students. And one of the things that we would teach them is, how to show up, how to shake a hand, how to, communicate with somebody who is, in a professional working environment. And it's pretty scary how big of a gap there is between what my expectation would be and what's actually there. So that training is critical. We're going to have to provide more and more of it, of like, how do you act in the workplace? But we're also going to have to recognize that idea of, yes, sir, whatever you want, sir, I'll get your coffee, sir. That's dead too, right? The idea that just because you've been with the company 20 years and just because you have, the corner office with a view, that some, 20-year-old is going to come in and listen to everything you say and not be included in the decision making. That's going to be a big shift, because they won't be drawn to a position where they don't have a voice.
Yeah, those days are gone for sure. What are some good strategies to help employers who don't have really a lot of opportunities for growth, to help someone feel like they're still growing in that position, even if they're not moving?
Well, that's a great question. So I don't think growth to this generation means I, came in, I worked a year, and then I got promoted and a new job title and a big raise, and then I worked another year, and now I'm the VP of operations, and pretty soon I'm running the whole company. I think growth is a very different term today. I think growth can be professional growth. I think it can be personal growth. It can be a company that invests in me. I can tell you that there's an expectation for financial growth. So, when I'm part of the company and I'm with you for a year, and I get a 25-cent raise, you're going to lose that crowd. There is an expectation that if they're showing up and doing a good job, that they're going to be rewarded for it, and there's going to be more opportunity. I think that feedback loop is more important than ever. I think the personal coaching is more important than ever. I think offering them the ability to take on new skills and new roles and send them to trainings, to give them the opportunity to tell you how they want to grow within the company. That autonomy is so critically important. Jamie, one of the things I'll share is a video by Daniel Pink. So Daniel Pink wrote the book Drive, D-R-I-V-E, but there's an actual whiteboard video that you can find on YouTube. It's several years old, and it is one of the most powerful videos I've ever seen, just about how employees in general are motivated, because I think that for a lot of us, we forget what actually motivates people. And there's a lot of research behind this that says, if you have a really simple job and your job is just to press a button, you're a cog in the machine, at some point, they can pay you a little bit more money and you'll press the button a little bit faster. but at some point that money doesn't matter. You would just won't continue to grow. When you have a complicated job, you're a director of marketing, you're a director of HR or something like that. At a certain point, the money isn't what will motivate you to work harder. The three things that he talks about is artistry, mastery, and autonomy. And the video does a great job explaining this. Now, it doesn't necessarily translate to Gen Z because this video is a little bit older, but I think it's more true than ever. We don't want to go do a job that we don't really like, that we don't really have an opportunity to get good at. We don't want to do a job at a minimum level where we feel like our contribution is not meaningful. And then the autonomy. I think that that's one of the things that employers are missing now more than ever. These Gen Z employees, they don't want to walk in and have you give them a list and say, this is what you're going to do today, and if you don't like it, you can quit. They'll quit. And I think that if you have those three things within your company where you can give somebody the ability to grow with that artistry, that mastery, and autonomy, then it becomes authenticity. How are you telling that story in a way that people not only see it, but they actually believe it? Because all too often, again, that CEO is the least trustworthy person because they're really good at saying we do all these things. We care about our company. We're a family here. You see that all the time. What I'm seeing on the back end of it, and this is with coaching calls with high school students, with college students, they're saying, bullshit, I don't believe you. And I think that is so important to recognize that just because you're saying it doesn't mean they believe it's true. And so if you're not taking the time to create that content and create opportunity, you're missing you're missing the chance.
I'm curious if there's anybody out there on this that has a situation that they feel kind of stuck, and that maybe they could get some advice from you on how they maybe could push through engaging with some of these employees.
Yeah, I'd love to help here. This
Anyone?
is a lot of what I do from a marketing standpoint, is how do you tell this story effectively?
Well, I'll try to be brave. My name is Megan. I work for an architecture and engineering firm, and we have tried in the past to accommodate, the people wanting to have a more flexible working arrangement, and they wanted to stay closer to their home. And so we took on someone who we didn't have a mentor in that particular office, to where they could work and learn. But we actually, it kind of, yeah, it didn't work out for us, unfortunately, because they felt like they were on their own little island. And, whereas every other office might have a mentor, we're still building that particular office at this time, but they just didn't have someone sitting right next to them. They could just ask a quick question to. They would have to chat or call or do some kind of a virtual thing as they're still learning the programs.
Yeah.
They had some internship experience and such, but we did end up, that person went somewhere else because of it. And it was like, gosh, our gut said this probably won't work, but we're going to give it a go. And then we felt like we lost a good candidate because we tried.
Yeah. Well,
We're very collaborative. So
I think
it's just hard.
I think that you're sort of like pointing out some of the things that are, the real challenges here, right? When you're an organization that has had a sort of traditional workforce the entire time, and you have this sort of challenge in front of you of, okay, we're going to try to sort of bring on a remote team. I'm dealing with this right now. I have 2 employees that are actually, completely remote, 100% remote, and we're trying to figure out how to accommodate them. And I worry every single day that I'm leaving them on an island, that I'm not giving them enough feedback, that I'm not giving them a big enough check-in. Things like Slack are great channels to sort of bring up that communication. But if you have a team, let's say you have a team of 20 people, and you hire one person who's remote, but all 20 people work in the office, and every single day they're having the water cooler talk, and they're having lunch together, and they're friends, and that one person is remote. What are you doing to include them? And I will acknowledge this so quickly that it is such a challenge, but it's a challenge that is worth solving, because the future of work is not going to be in a skyscraper where everyone comes to the office all day and everyone works 9 to 5 Monday through Friday. I think that all of the research backs this up. Corporate America has made this really big push to get people back into buildings. but that's corporate America. That's not the workforce themselves. The workforce is being cajoled into doing it, but they don't want to. And the moment they have the opportunity to find another path, they're taking it. And so if you're trying to win that talent war, the sooner you can tackle this problem and the sooner you can acknowledge it, you certainly wouldn't say, okay, well, that didn't work, we're never going to try it again. I think that the realization is that it's really hard. It's harder than we expected. We're going to have to find new ways to include our, non-local workforce. We're going to have to find a way for those check-ins to happen. That just because it didn't work out once doesn't mean you should quit trying. I really think it's taking a hard look at why didn't it work out. Is it really because the mentor isn't sitting next to them, or is it because they didn't feel the connection to the potential mentors that are available? I have a mentor that I work with. I have a standing call with Ron every Friday. Ron lives in Dallas, Texas. I have met Ron once in my entire life, and that relationship's been going on 3.5 years. I feel like I've gotten more value. I've learned more from him than any other person ever. And again, my generation is different, but I don't feel like that connection isn't as powerful as it could be. Maybe if we're in person, would I love to sit down and have a coffee with him every once in a while? Absolutely. But the reality of the situation is I couldn't find a mentor like him. In the course of his career, Ron ran an $8 billion company. There's no mentor for me in Southern Illinois that's sitting around saying like, hey, Nick, I'd like to take you on here. So, the downside is, do I get to hang out with Ron and have a coffee and sort of, this sort of casual relationship? But the upside is I have this incredible mentor because I can have. And I think that the same is going to be true for employees. You're going to find that there's huge opportunity to bring these employees in and to keep them. And it's worth fighting for. It's worth figuring out how do you make it work remotely.
Thank you very much, Nick. I appreciate that.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Nick, I'm kind of wondering on that same topic, like ways to engage people at a distance. We already know that the newer generation is not big on the phone calls. That's fine. But they are big on video and connecting, through the internet and talking to people that way. So are we in the position that we need to be learning to be more engaging in that sense? And then that's how we build those connections with our remote people, is to really just be able to like press that button and they're on your screen talking to you just as if they're in person.
Yeah. And I think that if you think about like the future of work over, let's say the next, longer arc, 5 or 10 years, what you're going to find is that instances like this change a lot. The idea of, calling someone on FaceTime, like look at the generations younger than you. My daughter, I've got 4 children. The youngest is 8 and the oldest is 13. My 10-year-old doesn't know how to make a phone call. Everything is a FaceTime. Everything she does is a FaceTime. And like, you will literally hand her the phone, like my dad will call, and I'll hand her the phone, and the first thing she does is hold it in front of her, thinking it's a FaceTime call. There's a really big shift at like how that is going to come about. Google has been working on some technology to create, very 3-dimensional screens where it looks like you're sitting across from somebody, and you have a little less of this like awkward, flat camera zoom mentality. The Apple Vision Pro is obviously not a widely adapted technology, nor is it anywhere close to perfect, but they're really looking at how do we create, opportunities to feel like we're in the same room when we're not in the same room. And I think the future of work is going to come that direction really fast. And the reality of the situation is, if it's not built into your culture, if it's something that is forced, it's like, okay, everybody is meeting in person except for Jamie. We're going to dial Jamie in and she's going to be on Zoom and she's the only one. Yeah, Jamie's going to feel really out of place. But if that's baked into your culture, again, we use team huddles on Slack, video on, video off, depending on the day and what we're working on. But that being kind of ubiquitous across the entire company, where that's the expectation, and allowing your team that is currently in office to work from home, where that sort of culture is, building. My guess is Megan, if you would chime back in here, my guess is that your company would not be thrilled for that suggestion, right? There's a real challenge to like, ooh, do we really want to open that can of worms? Am I correct?
It would be challenging, yeah.
And I think that what you're seeing is that a lot of people, and again, Megan, I don't know your company or your position, within the company, but in larger companies, especially when you have, the C-suite sort of executives are all, quite a bit older than these Gen Z employees. You're finding that they're wildly resistant to the idea of working from home or working remotely. As the owner of my company, I have a really flexible schedule. I spend very little time in my office. I'm literally out meeting clients all day long. My day is wildly unstructured, and I'm not sure if you offered me a job that paid $250,000 a year, where I had to work 9 to 5 in front of a computer all day. I don't think I'd take it. Like, I really don't. I don't think I would trade the freedom for absolutely anything else. And the thing is, someone like myself could easily say, well, I've earned it, right? I built this company. I've been doing this for 11 years. I'm 41. I've got a lifetime career, sort of in marketing. I've earned it. These 22-year-olds, they don't feel like they have to earn it. They feel like that is the baseline. They should have more autonomy now. And I know that's hard, but I think the sooner we come to terms with it as sort of a group trying to hire this young workforce, the sooner we're going to start finding success. And the smaller the company, the easier it is to try these things out. The big companies are slow. They are not, rolling these things out quickly. There's a lot of, voices in that decision-making process. Whereas if you're a team of 5 or 10, try a work from home Wednesday. I mean, I really think that what you're going to see is that workforce, that's what they want. Jimmy, I don't know how we're doing on time today. I know that we're probably pretty close to wrapping up. I want to leave some time for questions if anybody else has something they want to throw out.
We've got about 5 minutes.
The one, Nicole, thank you so much. The one last thing that I'll throw on here is that I cannot say this clearly enough from a marketing standpoint. If you're not telling the story of your company, the origin story, what it looks like inside your office, if you're not telling that on your company's social media, if you're not creating videos, if you're not giving a voice to some of the younger team members.
I don't know why people don't do both at the same time.
Yeah,
If you're going to be in school for it, you need to.
What was that? Oh, I'm not sure. So anyways, if you're not giving those younger people a voice, I think you're missing a real opportunity. It is more important than ever to make sure that authenticity is showing through, and it's going to be told by the frontline people. It's going to be told through your newest employees, and it needs to be told on your social media channels. It really does. If you're not showing what it feels like to work with inside your business and you're trying to attract new talent, you're missing a huge opportunity that costs you almost nothing.
It's been really enlightening. It's been great for me. Does anybody have any last minute questions for Nick?
Well, wonderful, guys. Thank you so much for all of your time. I think that this is a really important conversation, and I will be the first to acknowledge that it's a hard one. I find myself constantly looking at this younger generation and feeling like they're entitled, or feeling like, that get off my lawn moment, and going like, is it me? Am I just the old man now all of a sudden? And I think that the unfortunate answer is yes. Work is changing. The what people want in work is changing, and it's changing faster than ever. So I think that it's an adapt or continue to struggle to find good talent.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nick. And I'm sure everybody can find you on LinkedIn and other places.
Yes, please reach out to connect. If you've got the spelling of my last name, I'm really easy to find.
All right. I think that wraps up our speakers for today. Nicole, are we missing anybody else before we move on to the last piece?
We should be good to move on to the last section. Yep.
All right. So it is 2:30. We have one thing left for the day, and that is the fun spinning of the wheel for our final prize of our fall, a free admission to our fall 2025 job fair. This has been an enlightening day as it is every year. I love this event, this virtual conference that